We have nearly 100 countries represented and over 1,000 experts in the room. And with the caliber of people, we're sure that positive change is certainly inevitable. So without further ado, let's get this program started and take a bold step towards the future of AI. Our first session, Harnessing AI for an Inclusive Future of Work, focuses on how artificial intelligence is reshaping the way that our societies and our workplaces function. While AI offers immense opportunities, from boosting job creation to innovation and, of course, productivity, it also raises some critical challenges, such as job quality, employment relations, and the growing AI divide. This next session will explore how AI can be harnessed to tackle all of this. Moderating the crucial discussion is the distinguished Sana de Courcelles. Please join me in giving her a very big, warm welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this high-level discussion on harnessing AI for the future of work. AI is rapidly transforming our societies and economies, bringing both challenges and opportunities. The integration of a dedicated track on the future of work in this summit is a testament to the fact that AI is not only another transition among others, it has become a political issue in the sense that it requires us to make structural choices about the future we want to shape. Governments, social partners, companies, international organizations are actively engaged in shaping its implementation into the world of work. Today, I have the honor to have with us a distinguished panel of leaders who will share their insight on these key issues. Let me introduce now our esteemed panelists. So today we have Monseigneur Paul Tighe, Secretary of the Dicastery for Culture and Education at the Holy See. We also have Gilbert Fossum-Hongbo, Director General of the International Labour Organization. We have Christy Hoffman, General Secretary of Uni Global Union. We have Mr. Denis Machuel, CEO of the ADECO Group, and Mr. Guillaume Faury, CEO of Airbus. So in this discussion, I will first maybe turn to you, Mr. Hongbo, and I would like to ask you, as a Director General of the International Labour Organization, how do you see AI transforming the global workforce?
Good morning to all of you, and thank you so much, Sana. The transformation of the AI, the impact of AI on the world of work, it's not anything new nowadays. It's already happening. Contrary to what we might think, in ILO, our research are very clear that we're not expecting, or at least we are not too much worried of a massive job loss. It's not really what worries us the most. We know there will be a lot of jobs, millions of jobs that will be lost, which are already been lost, but also we do know that there will be a lot of jobs that will be created on that. And so far, the delta between the job loss and the job created is quite positive. The challenge for us is to deepen the data and to see what is happening. And one of the very, very, very key factor is the need for us to prepare the workers in that transition. So the preparation for the just transition is quite one key thing. Secondly, we do know that most of the jobs that will be automated much more the clerical jobs, where unfortunately we have predominance of women. And therefore, the category of job that will be automated and hence be lost could contribute to deepen the gap, the gender gap. So the AI impact on the gender gap is also quite important. While we estimate globally, worldwide, maybe 2.3% impact in terms of the workforce. However, it's important to know that if you look at the global south, we talk about 5%, 5.1% impact. That in itself also cause, and I hope we will have the time to talk about it, is the need for skill, reskilling, and upskilling. Two quick other points. One is the impact, even the jobs that have been created. Of course, they are very exciting jobs, to be very frank, and we know a positive impact on productivity and therefore wealth creation. However, we also are concerned, as our research data are showing, there is a risk of those new jobs being less paid and sometimes with much less protection on that. And the platform economy is quite a very good example to debate on that. The other point that I want to mention is the regional differences. In the global south, you talk about Africa, Asia, Latin America, where we do know that globally 60% of the economy is still informal. And therefore, all the data that we are using today on AI does not necessarily capture what is happening in the informal sector. And therefore, it's very, very difficult to really ensure that what are the next steps in the informal economy. Let me stop here for a moment.
Thank you very much for this first overall perspective. I would like to turn to you, Mr. Faury, and on a very operational side, how could you share with us how you are managing this AI transformation within your own organization?
Yeah, thank you, Sana, and good morning, everyone. Impressive to be here speaking about AI with so many people. I don't think we would have thought this would be possible 2 or 3 years ago. So it shows that AI is indeed impacting more and more society. Actually, at Airbus, we've been dealing with AI. We've been using AI for 30 years. And I was not aware a few months ago that we had started 30 years ago, because indeed it was embedded in highly skilled engineering areas of the company, working on products, making better use of algorithms through software, using AI for dedicated application. I think fast forward 30 years later, what has changed is the fact that AI is present potentially everywhere, that there are ways of democratizing AI, the use of AI for all of us, especially when it comes to generative AI, but there are by far more dimensions to AI than Gen AI. The way we have managed over the decades has been first through the development of a frame that we call today at Airbus the ethical frame for the use of AI. That is actually quite basic in what it does. It insists on priorities. Well, the first one is safety first. That's what we do at Airbus, given the products and the activities we're in. Then it says sustainability of what we do in AI. Then it says human in the loop. So rather basic stuff, quality of data. But that's a frame to help guiding what we want to achieve, how we want to do it, and make sure that there is a guided development of AI. More recently, with the explosion of the number of use cases, we have decided to increase the governance, to improve the governance of what we do, and combining bottom-up opportunities for everyone to come up with an idea of the use of AI, but also with a top-down decision on what we want to do, where we invest, to be focused and not to waste time, energy everywhere by potential use of AI that is not really optimized in terms of use of resources. I think the next big thing is indeed linked to making sure that everyone understands what is at stake. have a basic level of understanding, education, training on what AI means, what can be done. And that's one more tool in the toolbox, but it's a very powerful tool. And we need to make sure, as a company competing with others, that our teams are well equipped to make that good use of the tool, better than the others. And actually, speed is of essence. Things are going so fast, and I guess we will be discussing about the speed of managing this in a rather controlled way in today's environment.
Thank you, Guillaume. I would like to turn to you, Christy, as I know that Uni Global Union has extensively worked on the impact of AI in the world of work. And I would like to ask you, what are the key dynamics you already observe?
Thank you, Sana. It's great to be here with you today at this historic summit, and also thanks to our French hosts. Excuse me. UNI represents workers in 150 countries in a wide variety of employment settings. And, you know, as a general point, I'd like to start with the fact that workers broadly share in the wonder of AI and its potential for good. But everywhere, they worry about their futures. They worry with good reason. There's a lot of worry. Our systems are really not ready to handle the disruption caused by this transformation. Workers don't have the confidence that employers are going to include them in the decisions about where and how AI is going to be used, that their jobs are safe, or that they're going to have a chance to learn the skills that are required for the future. Call centers, bank workers, cashiers, television writers, many more, clericals, as the DG pointed out. They all worry that AI is going to further reduce their autonomy or replace them altogether. And people fear losing their livelihoods, but also their way of life. We all know that it doesn't have to be this way, that a voice on the job can go a long way towards addressing fear, but also minimizing risks. And I would stress that unions have been negotiating with employers about technology for a very long time. I personally bargained around automation in the 1980s. It is well documented that when unions and workers are involved from the start, that technology deployment is more successful overall. It benefits both sides. But I would also stress that despite this fact, many employers are resisting even opening the conversation. Bargaining power is often too weak, or many people lack coverage, and governments do not often promote bargaining as a social good. So this really needs to change if we want to have a transition that will benefit everyone. There is no public interest AI without a voice for workers. AI productivity gains risk turning AI into another engine of inequality if we can't address this problem. So I'm very happy that the pledge that we're asking employers to sign coming out of this summit emphasizes the role of social dialogue and bargaining in the transition. We hope that all employers will sign it today, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for your call, Christy. I would like to turn now to Denis Machuel as a CEO of ADECO. I would like to ask you, how do you already see the impact of AI on recruitment practices and skills most in demand?
Yeah, thank you, Sana, and hello, everyone. Good morning. So definitely the impact starts to be massive and is going to be even bigger as we progress. AI fragments jobs, changes the way the work is organized, and makes some skills obsolete. So that's, this is what's happening on the recruitment side as well. We have to think of a world of work where job descriptions and resumes will no longer exist, because we'll match skills and people in a different way. Today, what we see is, on the positive side, we see recruiters being augmented, if you do it well, by generative AI. We've put in place systems where recruiters can, and that's the good thing, can focus on the human-to-human connection. All the mundane tasks that are done sometimes by recruitment companies can be done by Gen AI if the tool is properly set up. And definitely this is seen as a good thing. I mean, recruiters don't like to search a database. They like to connect with people. So that's the positive thing. And we're going to see more of that as long as you said, Guillaume, we keep humans in the loop, which I believe is critical when you talk about talent. The other thing is about career enhancement. And to give you an example, we've come up with a tool that's called CV Maker that is addressing the population of blue-collar workers. These people are not used necessarily to make good resumes. They don't know really how to promote themselves. And with generative AI, they can talk to a system. The system comes up with a proper resume and helps our recruiters connect with the world of work. This is a tool that helps people that are usually part of an underserved and that are not so much cared for. So those are the positive things. Career enhancement through coaching, through career counseling, can also be powered by generative AI. And that, again, that can address populations that are usually not so well supported or guided in the way their career has to evolve, or their skills have to evolve. So there's a lot of good things. The point is, if we don't do things collectively in the proper way, there's a massive risk, to your point, Christy, of people becoming obsolete at scale. And this, we all have a collective responsibility to work on this. And the solution is, part of the solution is upskilling and reskilling. You mentioned that, Gilbert. And at scale. And, we know the power of that. We have been working, for example, with the automotive industry on upskilling workers that are working on combustion engines to find the skills that they have that would match the next generation of vehicles, okay? Because we are moving from a job-based economy into skills-based economy. So the in-depth understanding of skills and transferability of skills is critical to ensure that people do not become obsolete. Because if we have this massive obsolescence of skills, people have no future, this is going to create social difficulties. So we've got to move ahead on upskilling and reskilling.
Thank you, Denis. I would like to ask you, Monseigneur Tighe, no offense, but why the OLEC pays so much attention to AI and particularly the world of work? So what are your key insights you want to bring to this roundtable?
Yeah, I think our reflection, sometimes it's strange to see the OLEC at an event like this, but we're very pleased to be here because we think that AI is such an important reality that it needs a truly inclusive global debate. We'd like to be part of that debate, and we'd like to ensure that other voices are brought to that discussion. We see great potential for AI, but we also see that AI on its own is not going to solve the problems of our world. It's going to require a commitment from human beings, and that's part of our own desires to be part of that, ensuring that AI realizes its extraordinary potential to improve the situation of humanity. Facing into that, we also have to recognize, I think, that AI, like many technologies, has the possibility of being an accelerator of existing trends. With some of the trends we have concerns about at the moment, we've seen with digitalization increased in inequalities. Economic inequalities, but going hand in hand with political inequalities. And even at times a fear maybe, are we losing a sense of the shared destiny of all human beings? Are we going to use AI for solutions that are truly good for all of humanity? On the particular issue of work, which is something the Catholic Church has been reflecting on since about 1891. We've had this tradition of reflecting on how industrialization was changing human society, and a particular question about how do we protect and speak about the dignity of workers, of those who were losing out in that context. So 2 points, I think, on that one. One is, work is important as a center of economic activity where people earn their living. We need to be very careful in that, though, that the human worth and value and dignity is not tied simply to their economic performance. They're not commodities. They are people with full dignity, with full worth, and we have to be as inclusive as we can. And where we see hope for AI, it may open up opportunities for employment for people who, through disabilities, etc., would have in the past have been removed from work. The other two things I think we want to bring to it is, one is, ultimately work is not, however, simply about an economic activity. It's part of where I express my creativity, where I have an opportunity to contribute to the well-being of the world. And therefore, we'd be very supportive of ensuring that as we think about the future of work, we don't simply see these people as units of production, but as people as something to contribute and to ensure that their voice shapes how we think about work. And I think that finally is also then, how do we maintain a sense of solidarity among people in a world that's already marked by the original sin of competition and meritocracy? How do we ensure that we don't exacerbate those existing tendencies by ensuring we have the instruments of collective bargaining, etc., to ensure that everybody's rights are being attended to, everybody's dignity is being respected?
Thank you, Monseigneur. So, massive impact, address fears, keep human being in the loop, put some priorities, collective action, but with a great potential. Let's unpack a little bit all these elements. I would like to start with you, Mr. Ongbo, and particularly, what kind of challenges does the ILO see when it comes to the deployment and development of AI in an inclusive and equitable manner across sectors and regions?
Well, Sana, I think some of the challenge has already been pointed out by the first round of intervention. One, what I will start with is access to data. You know, we all know that there is no AI without data. And the access to data is one of the huge challenges that could divide the world and increasing the inequalities on that. The second thing that will come to my mind, you know, we are already struggling. As we are speaking, we know that globally, worldwide, the issue of equal pay for equal work in terms of gender equity is still a big issue, where we do know that we have 20% wage gap between women and men on that. So if we're not careful, if we not look at that dimension, that human dimension in moving forward, we're going to again widen that gender gap, because of what we said, that most of the job to be that will be automatized are mostly occupied by women currently. Third dimension, you know, in our research, we came to the conclusion that, not the conclusion, we found out that very little, and maybe Christy will touch on that, very little workers' organizations are associated in the companies in their strategic direction in terms of AI. If you look at most of the recently signed collective agreement, you wouldn't find that much collective agreement that even mention how the nexus between the upcoming AI and the workers' well-being and so forth, which is one of the huge challenges that we have. So the importance of bringing the social dialogue is going to be quite key. Another point that is of concern to us is a bit linked to the data challenge, is the whole digital divide. And therefore, you know, we're all talking about AI, etc. Let's go back to the basic. The basic is to be able to access the internet in itself. And that digital infrastructure is not necessarily to be taken for granted. And that has a huge risk of not only increasing that digital divide, but also increasing the inequalities. We know a lot of companies are investing in the skill, reskilling, upskilling. But, you know, we believe at the public sector level, we need to also step up the investment in the scaling, upskilling, if we really do not want to leave people behind on that. Today, companies, large or small companies, if they can replace workers by robot or alike, very likely they will do that. Let's face it. This is why it's important for us to ensure that the workers that are at risk of being left out or left behind, there's a proper support through a social protection system and a training, a reskilling for them to be able to also taking up new functions. What we keep saying is, technically speaking, is not the AI that is going to take up our job. Is the lack of preparedness for us to take up new job in AI context that is more at risk.
Thank you, DJ Hongbo. I would like to turn to you, Guillaume Faury, and also on this responsible AI, deployment of responsible AI in the context of your organization, and for you, how to ensure this agenda to foster particularly this safe workplace environment. I know that this is a hard and hot topic for your company.
No, I think it is for all companies. I'll go back to what I said earlier. I think AI is a powerful tool, and that very much depends on what you want to address as a problem. The growth, the development of AI has not changed our priorities. It's one more powerful tool to be used. So we have organized ourselves to be able to monitor what we are doing, to make people accountable for what they do also on the use of digital in general and AI in particular. As I explained earlier, by having a governance in the company dedicated to the use of AI, combined with what we do on digital, to not let things develop by themselves and discover one day that we have a monster born from the organization, voluntarily or involuntarily. So be on top of things, fully recognize that things are going very fast, that it's super powerful, that it can help the organization, but also have a negative impact. We're in the business of defense, and AI for defense raises a lot of new questions that we are addressing with our military customers and with states to make sure that we go in the right direction. The human in the loop for us is really essential, so to have always accountability of what is being done and have someone that is a human being being accountable for what we do. So the ethical framework that we have at Airbus is designed to control the use of AI as something that brings us where we want to go and not being derailed. We also want to monitor what's happening in other organizations. We are benchmarking a lot to understand what others are doing, what could be done better. It's moving so fast that I think for each and every organization, even a large organization with a company like Airbus, we have to stay very humble and always try to be ahead of the curve on what's happening somewhere else, what could be done better, what are the risks, and therefore it forces a socialization of what we're doing on AI. That's why we're happy to participate to an event like this one, because we believe it has to be good for society. And I very much like what Monseigneur said. It raises a lot of questions that are already today's question, but probably with a much bigger magnitude than what we had before. So to some extent, it's forcing us back to basics.
Back to basics, so back to social dialogue as well. So Christy, I would like to ask you, from your perspective, what would be the best approach, finally, to ensuring that quality social dialogue plays a key role in managing this transition?
Thanks. Well, as I said earlier, you know, a number of organizations recognize the importance of social dialogue in connection with AI, whether it's the ILO or the OECD, and even today the summit. So there's a recognition there should be social dialogue in this space, but it won't really happen on its own without other changes. And I would argue that governments, employments, and unions need to address the fact that too few workers have access to social dialogue or collective bargaining. When there is a practice of bargaining, most of the time, technology is not on the bargaining table. And this is a point that the DG has recognized earlier. It's just not in there. And we have to have labor policies that both lower the barriers to collective bargaining. This could be through a sectoral approach, other ways to change our labor systems, but also even a requirement that there be consultation before technology is adopted. We could have policies that require companies to be transparent with their workforce, that they're going to deploy technology, to give notice to their social partners. This could be accomplished through any number of ways. Even procurement policy could have a role to play. I also think governments should incentivize companies to retain their workforces, and this could be through tax incentives for those employers who want to train their employees for transitions to other jobs, even shorter work weeks. All of this needs to be on the table. And these steps could ensure that workers have a capacity to negotiate both the risks and the rewards of AI. And on the one hand, we want to talk about the intensification of work, a very common complaint when workers are using AI right now, that they are expected to produce more without enough breaks, and the intensification has caused many kinds of health and safety issues, or the loss of privacy. And on the other hand, there are the rewards of a share in the productivity gains, a redesigned job altogether. But we need to be put at the table to talk about these issues. We know from history that an inclusive transition with this technology, with AI, is possible, but it is not at all guaranteed. And we also know, and as Gilbert pointed out earlier, that even modest projections, many millions are likely to be displaced by AI. Not to say there won't be other jobs created, but those workers displaced really shouldn't be swept under the rug or fall through the cracks. So I think we have some important choices to make. We need the right ground rules set by people-centered policies and hammered out through dialogue and bargaining. So
Thank you for this very concrete insight. And I think, Guillaume, you would like to react to that.
Yeah, Chrissy, wanted to share with you the fact that for companies, AI in social dialogue is a very challenging thing. The social dialogue is mostly around sharing benefits, risk assessment, and in AI it's very difficult because it's very sophisticated, it goes very fast, the outcomes are unclear, and therefore the notion of discussing AI in the bargaining of the company around interest of employees, management, employee representatives is a big challenge. We lack the vocabulary to be doing this. It's too fast and too fast changing to be really captured, and therefore you need trust. There's a point where you need the trust between the parties to accept to take risk, to look what it delivers, and then to navigate. It's a very challenging topic for social dialogue in my perspective. It doesn't mean we should not address it, but we need to gain one level of maturity in the discussion, at least in my perspective.
I think Gilbert would like to jump in the discussion. Excellent. Let's put the paper out.
I hope I'm not abusing of your time management. I really have to react to this one. On one hand, I do recognize practically what you're saying, that it's so fast-moving that it's difficult to organize that. But just imagine workers that are anxious, don't know how their work is going to be affected. Aren't you worried about, in the short, medium term, that if the workers do not know what is happening, their productivity might go down, which is one. Secondly, this is what I'm coming back to the point made by Monseigneur in terms of being a human-centered. We do believe, although it's difficult to have that discussion, the mere fact about organizing session where you can listen to the representative of the workers will also give you a chance to give the fact to workers so they know where to worry, where not to worry. At the end of the day, and I do recognize part of the challenge, if you take the platform economies where people are teleworking, you don't have that contact as you normally have in a traditional workers' environment. It makes it even more difficult, I understand that. But fundamentally, if we were to move ahead without giving a chance to workers to express themselves, express what are their worries, and also listen to you, maybe you are also trying to handle their worries, we believe it will be a disaster in the medium to long term. This is why we are really making a case, by saying that nobody, I want to be very clear on that in ILO, nobody will do or say anything to stop that fast-moving AI. But if we were to move in the direction without us, the human being, I wonder what will be the future.
I think I will give the floor to Denis first, because as we are talking about the effect and the importance of having the human being at the center, maybe we should also better understand this AI impact and observe this impact on AI in the world of work at company level, but also national, regional, global level. So how to address this issue?
Well, first of all, I think businesses have to realize that as we are shaping the future of the world of work, we have a responsibility to ensure that it creates, positive social impact, to your point, Gilbert. I think what's difficult for businesses is the speed at which this goes, as you said, Guillaume. I think it's difficult to figure out, and everybody's looking at jobs that are being destroyed, that are being created. Nobody really knows what's going to happen because it goes so fast. And so what is critical is, first of all, I believe that we have to focus on responsible AI. We have to ensure that we have the dialogue. We have at the ADECO Group, we created a responsible AI committee in which social partners intervene. So at least we create that dialogue, we create that these exchanges around what's happening, the speed at which it's happening, to bring people along. That's one thing. The second thing is regulation. And we have to ensure that we navigate a difficult path between over-regulation that will somehow kill innovation and free riding. Free riding with the risk of AI fully taking over humans, and we cannot let this happen. The human in the loop, as you said, Guillaume, I insist again, is critical. We have seen the benefit of that. To give you a very concrete example, when we trained our generative AI systems to help our recruiters, we systematically put people in the loop to look at the impact, look at the outcome of the system versus what a human would do. What we also have been able to see is that well-trained, an AI system delivers less bias outcomes in terms of recruitment, and you can have a short list of candidates that comes from a more diverse pool. So there are some good things, provided we systematically put a human in the loop. Now, I'd like to insist again on the upskilling and reskilling and the people that are left behind. We've made a study 6 months ago across 2,000 companies, 35,000 workers, 27 countries. 21% of these workers are telling us that they feel that their skills are less relevant because of Gen AI. That's one thing. Second thing, 46%, only 46% of companies are telling us that they will redeploy the workers that are impacted by Gen AI. That means more than half are saying, well, this is it. We'll just put people on the side. So what do we do about it, right? And there's also a social divide, because the same workers are telling us that only, for white-collar workers, 58% of them have access to upskilling and reskilling programs. 58% for white collars versus less than 40% for blue-collar workers. Again, a social divide with regards to upskilling and reskilling. And when we talk about these programs, upskilling and reskilling, the question is always, who pays? Right? Companies do part of the way, part of the effort, governments do, but given the massive transition that we are facing, we have to accelerate and have a better link between the world of education and the world of the business to make this happen. To give you an example, in the OECD countries, 4.4% of GDP is dedicated to education up to higher education. But only 0.1% is spent of the GDP is spent on adult education. Companies dedicate 0.8% of the GDP, the equivalent of 0.8% of GDP on upskilling and reskilling. So this is not enough. And we should think about having a target. You know, countries, governments have a target on the percentage of GDP spent in defense. We have to ensure the same thing on higher education, on adult education, because this is what's going to make things really happen. And we believe on matching. Companies can proactively come up with training programs that are fit for jobs, because companies don't train for the sake of training, they train for jobs. So if companies come up with a training program, government funding can come along to accelerate that.
That's a perfect transition for you, Monsignor Tighe, as you are in charge at the Holy See of Education and Culture. And I know that you have some thoughts also on practical consequences for the Holy See and the Church in general.
Yeah, when we were thinking about this earlier, and this is synced perfectly, one of our biggest investments and commitments is to education, over 200,000 schools globally. And we have to think again about how do we educate, how do we form people who are going to be living in a world that's being radically transformed by emerging technologies, and that is changing the job markets, because part of education is to offer people skills that they will need for their future. And we're addressing that, I think, and I think it allows me to address, one thing is education with AI. We're well aware of some extraordinary platforms that are emerging that help to personalize education, can correct and help teachers with assessment, can do some of the paperwork, make the teachers more productive. But one of the things we would want to say is education is never simply a technical achievement. It's a human achievement. It's something of the relationality that we've probably all experienced between the good teacher who puts us alight, puts us on a path towards education, helps us to develop as people. And one of our concerns would be in this move of some of the technological firms into the field of education, where they can make big contributions. It's not a market. It's a very precious human endeavor where we form a new generation. And we also want to ensure that teachers, workers, are at the center of that transformation, not just data points to be assessed and then set aside, but the people who will lead the human dimension of that endeavor of education. The second one is education about AI. How do we form young people who will be critically alert to the models, the language models, to the data, to the algorithms, so that they can responsibly engage with those AI systems? And a final one, I think, for us is living with AI. We're going to be living in a world that will be transformed. UNESCO talks about it, an anthropological disruption, changing so many patterns of our human existence. And one of the things we want to do on that is to think about an education that's not simply about instruction or skills, but formation of people who can ask the bigger questions. Part of human intelligence is about calculation, it is about processing data, it is about achieving results, but it's also about that capacity to reflect on what it is that gives life purpose, meaning, and value. What are the attitudes we would like our young people to have that will make them more likely to harness AI and its potential benefits for all? particularly to offer hope to young people that the AIs we develop, which could have much to help us in addressing the climate change, which is the nightmare on the horizon for all of us and particularly for our young people, how do we ensure that they are able to ensure, and also the health benefits we see in AI, that they will ultimately serve all? And that's about the values, and Pope Francis has a particular commitment to inviting people of different cultures, different faith perspectives, different political agendas to come together and ask what it is that makes human life worthwhile. What are the fundamental values we want to give our young people? How do we ensure them that they have dignity, worth, and value that's not just measured by academic or economic achievement? So thank you.
Thank you, Monsignor. Any final thoughts from the audience, from the panelists? Guillaume.
Yeah, maybe one word to come back to what you said, Director General, on the social dialogue. I fully agree that we've never had so much need for social dialogue, and it's absolutely essential in the companies. But I think there's something that's basically changing or accelerating with AI. That is something that we experienced in the aerospace industry during COVID. Is that there are situations where the management doesn't know. We have to manage uncertainty. And we have to face the brutal reality that there are situations where we just don't know what to say to employees, except that we don't know. COVID was existential for us. It's been a transition with huge risks. We live in a world that is VUCA, volatile, unpredictable, complex, ambiguous, and AI and deployment of AI is a bit of that nature. So we have to accept again that we don't have all the answers, but still we have to find a way forward. We have to decide, take options, use the tool and learn to use the tool and correct as we go. And on regular moments, come sit down, review where we are, and then move forward. So it's a very different type of social dialogue. It's not really bargaining, but it's trying to embark everybody on what the future will look like, might look like, and taking risks together. That's basically what we see. So it makes us quite humble, but there's no option. You have to deal with it. It's here. And if you don't do it, your competitors will do it. We're indeed in a competition. Back to what Monsignor said, that's the world we're living in as companies. And value is at the center of what we are doing. So we have also to accept the reality that AI is there. AI is a powerful tool, and if you don't touch the tool, others will, and then your company will become obsolete. So it's about finding the right way of dealing with it, navigating, turning as we move forward in this very unpredictable world. And last point, I would like to conclude.
Sorry.
No, I don't. Okay, back to you, Sana.
I'm really sorry, but I'm sure that now the audience has understood that we will have follow-up discussions, and it is not an ending point. We have reached the end of this session. I know also that under this summit we have key deliverables, including this collaborative network on observatories on AI and the future of work, and I know that many participants will join, and particularly the ADECO group, and we also have a pledge for trustworthy AI that your company, Guillaume Faury, the Airbus company, has decided to sign this pledge. So thank you so much for all for your time, your dedication, and this is just a starting point. Thank you to the audience and all the people who organized this panel. I hand over to our Master of Ceremony.
And a big congratulations to you, Sana, and your panel, which was expertly moderated. What really stood out for me was the transparency, the humility, and also the approach that we just don't know. A lot of AI is moving at an unprecedented pace, which means that these dialogues are ever more important. And this conversation really laid the groundwork for what we're going to be seeing throughout the day. I'd like you to join me once again in congratulating and giving them a big round of applause for the panel discussion on harnessing AI for the future of work. And welcome back, everyone, to this next session on creating a virtuous circle between AI, creation, and information. We're going to be looking at how AI can foster creativity and ensure that we have a consistent and quality flow of information in innovative ways. Now, we heard in a previous panel, and we all know generative AI, the likes of your ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and so much more. And we've seen how this has completely transformed the way that we create and consume content. Now, this transformation presents both opportunities as well as complexities. This is what this panel discussion is going to be looking into, how we can create sustainable value-sharing frameworks that benefit all stakeholders while preserving the foundations of our creative and information ecosystems. This session will be moderated expertly by the exceptional Elsa Keslasi. Please join me in giving her and her panel a very warm round of applause.
Good morning. My name is Elsa Keslasi, and I'm the international editor for Variety. On this roundtable, we will discuss the intersection of AI, creative content, and copyright law. It's one of the most sensitive and divisive issues for AI companies and right holders today, whether in Europe or in the US, where there are dozens of ongoing legal cases, including one that involved the New York Times and OpenAI. In the UK, Elton John and Paul McCartney recently raised the alarm about the government's proposal to ease copyright laws. And in Europe, the landmark AI Act, which was passed last May, has sparked some backlash from both AI companies who find it hindering and creators who find it too vague. As we all know, AI companies need to absorb tons of content, and preferably high-quality content, to train their models. On the other hand, creators, including authors and media companies, are demanding to be fairly compensated when their work is used. On this panel, we will dive into these legal and economic implications of using copyrighted content to train models, why it's crucial to sustain healthy creative industries to produce high-quality content, and whether it's viable to ask full transparency from these companies, and how creators and AI companies must find a common ground to thrive. So to discuss these issues, we have different people who have very different perspectives, and we're going to start with Mr. Alor Karis, President of Estonia, Mrs. Jane C. Ginsberg, a revered professor of literary and artistic copyright property law at Columbia University, Mr. Andreas Vasiljevs, co-founder and executive chairman of Tighe, a Baltic-based technology company, Mr. Nabil Ayouch, an award-winning French-Moroccan filmmaker and screenwriter of Much Loved and Everybody Loves Tuda, which played at the Cannes Film Festival. And lastly, Pierre Louette, the president of the group Les Echos Le Parisien, and he's also the president of a guild of general press outlets. And we're going to start with a question for you, Mr. Karis. In Estonia, which is one of Europe's most advanced countries in its use of technology and AI, I understand that AI is used in education. Can you explain to us how valuable AI is in education?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. Yes, we are a rather advanced digital country, and everything in our country is digitalized, although AI is quite a new event, and we are trying to implement this AI also to our education system. And I know that some startups and unicorns are proposing some ideas how to change how we teach at school, to use iPads and so forth, and so on. But of course, there are a number of threats and a number of anxiety around. But I talk today maybe from two perspectives. First is as a president of a small country, and the second is as a former researcher. And my background is actually molecular genetics. That means I have been there. These things have been in discussions 40, 50 years ago, when I started as a young researcher. The same questions. Property rights, threat, what this gene technology might do, and so forth. But as you see, nothing really happened. And the same thing, I mean, scientists did write a letter that potential hazards of recombinant DNA molecules. And we know that the same type of letter was written a couple of years ago by AI people. So there are so many similarities. Maybe the only thing which is different is that then molecular genetics and gene technology was available maybe only for, I don't know, 1,000 people at the time who knew how to use it. Now 1,000 million people can use it. So that's why this legal framework is very important.
Yes, but I also understand that there were discussions very recently between a member of your government and someone from Meta in order to allow data, creative works from Estonia to be used by Meta without any compensation. What was the thinking between this? And is it still on the table?
But here comes this smallness of our country, because it's in our constitution that we should preserve our language and culture. There are 1 million people, Estonians, around. That means to give this language the possibility to use language in this new technologies is very important. Otherwise, we end up with kind of kitchen language. That means we speak Estonian, but it's not modern and anything. Now the question is, because one of the ministers proposed that we should give our corpus of texts to one of the companies, Meta. Obviously, people got upset, and for free. That means they have paid the money, these articles behind the firewall, and so forth. But at the same time, we are not able to develop ours. That means we can provide some unique technique in niche, but we are not able to provide large language models. That means there should be a framework, legal framework, that we provide our language to learn in different language models, not only Meta. And that's the question, and how we should do it. So the discussion started in our language, in our country 3 days ago.
And it's still on the table, despite complaints from...
It's still on the table, and I do hope that we find a solution. And another worry is, don't overreact. That means we provide new rules and regulations, which, on the other hand, stop innovation and so forth.
Are you still then planning some kind of plans to, nurture creators in your countries if they're losing money over the use of their creative works by AI companies? Are you planning to give them then more compensation?
Well, obviously, we don't have this money as France has. This morning, President Macron said that 109 billion euros is given to develop AI in France. Not talking about US, about 500 or 600 billions. But we do provide money to our small companies to develop these new things, which are important also for these big companies. And there are also already a number of things going on. It's a huge list that we use AI already in everyday life.
Yes, and you're also concerned that, you mentioned it at the beginning, that those AI companies will not reflect the breadth of Estonian culture. But do you feel like if there are not enough agreements across the board, then it will just be mainly, anyway, the US and China and not enough of
AI is
Europe?
already using Estonian language. So it's more or less, not by accident, but it's a coincidence that it's there. But as I said, it's important that this language does develop. Because otherwise, what happens? We switch to English. And somebody asked, of course, why do you need Estonian language to talk to a refrigerator? But it's not the question of talking to a refrigerator. It's talking about philosophy, about art, and so forth. So that's why this language is important, and culture as well.
Thank you so much. Now, Andres Vasiljevs. So, Tighe just won, congratulations, Tighe just won the European Commission's funding to develop a large language model for smaller European languages. And how do you train your models? Can you explain to us? Because it's a very interesting way of working.
Yeah, thank you very much. And to train smart AI models, you need three important ingredients. You need huge computing power, and we are happy to use the most powerful supercomputer in Europe, located in Finland. You need smart people, talented people, and we do have very smart people in our research team, 10 PhDs, but in the context of this discussion, you need a lot of data. And what we do, we want to develop large language model for those areas where models provided by players in US and now from China are not serving well. And this is about European languages, especially smaller languages. And I would like to fully support and echo what Mr. President just said. It's so important that every European can have the best quality AI, large language models in their language, and also appropriated to the cultural context. And this is what we are doing. We are collecting data from different sources and creating models that are very well adjusted for European needs, especially for underrepresented language communities.
I think what everyone is wondering is, are those data copyright protected?
Yeah, and this is an important aspect in Europe, yeah, to respect copyrights, to respect the rights of authors. And what we do not just take every data what we can grab on, but we use public data, data what is created by public resources. And in Latvia, for example, Ministry of Culture has invested a lot to create data collections. We are happy to use data from Estonian Language Institute, a great contributor of Estonian data, from Poland, from Czech Republic, from Croatia, and many other countries have invested a lot in collecting large language data corpora. And now this data can be used for training large language models. Also web data crawled from the web, where no restrictions have been put on the usage of that data. And we also engage with publishers. And we are happy to see that some larger publishers are willing to provide their data, to share their data, to get AI, what we can benefit from. Because AI can be very beneficial in creative work. And especially for enabling creativity and enabling access and inclusivity, so that with the help of AI, creative work could be accessed by different language communities and also by people with disabilities. And this is how we collect data for LLM training.
But what I understand is some of what you're using is copyright expired. Isn't it an issue when you're a language service, when you know that language is always evolving, that you're not getting the most up-to-date data?
Yeah, and that's very true. But a lot of contemporary data is coming from these public sources. Like in our countries, there are huge public investments compared to the size of countries going into the creative sector and to public media organizations, for example. And when some of this data is provided by Ministry of Culture and other institutions, like language institutions, open publicly for research, for development of AI models. And this includes contemporary language. And also terminology is very important. It's not just about volume of data, but about quality of data. And core terminology and vocabularies are helping to get high-quality AI models.
That's great. But in terms of using public data, is it okay for you to use it for basically commercial use? I mean, it's a for-profit, right, service?
Yeah, the model what we are developing will be fully open model, fully transparent model. So full transparency of data, what is used in the development of model, and full openness in further fine-tuning, expanding, reusing that model for research purpose and also for commercial purpose. So everybody will be able to see what data is used in training this model. We take an utmost care to do not infringe copyrights, but if incidentally some copyrighted work will appear that authors are not happy of, then they will be able to opt out.
Thank you. And the AI Act will soon require you to, there's going to be some transparency requirements, and you're going to have to communicate in some ways about the data you're using. What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, I think Europe is showing an example of creating transparent, trustworthy AI. And with new regulations, we are creating also confusion, but it's because the question is how they will be implemented. And so clear guidelines are needed so that it's clear for developers what they can do and what they cannot, how transparent they should be in their development, and transparency is very important to ensure trustworthy of AI development. And also that content developers, creators, can be sure that their work is used in a fair way, but it not infringe their normal rights of usage their work.
But do you feel like it's putting you at a disadvantage compared to, let's say, American or Chinese AI companies who don't have those requirements in their countries? Or
yes, from one side, if there would be no regulation, it will be like much easier to do whatever you want, but the question is about the result. And we believe that if we follow regulation, if we can prove trustworthy and data quality used in AI development, it will create trust for end users, for users of this model, and that will turn into a competitive advantage for us.
Thank you so much. Now, James Ginsberg, I know you have a lot to say about things we just talked about, including the use of copyright-protected work, and including also public data for commercial use. Can you maybe react to what you just heard?
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I thought I might start with a reminder about why we have copyright law in the first place, which is to create an environment which honors human authorship and makes it possible for authors to make a living from their creativity so that they can go on creating, which benefits everybody. I think it's been observed that cultural production suffers when you don't have meaningful copyright protection. And I'm very pleased that on this panel, I have not heard what I have heard in some quarters, including with respect to this summit, that copyright is an impediment to technological progress. I agree completely with what Andres said, and I'll try to explain why in a minute. There are many copyright issues that AI poses. There are issues upstream with the inputting of works into training data and with the downstream with the outputs. Now, I don't think I'm going to have time here to talk about the issues that arise from the outputs. But with respect to the inputs, as you've heard, there are various ways of gathering data. One of them, the virtuous one, is to license it from publishers and other willing sources. A less virtuous way is simply to scrape the internet or to download from pirate websites like Biblios, which is a very large compendium of pirated books. And of course, in those instances, the authors and other creators are not paid for the ingurgitation of all of this data.
Thank you. But you also had some concerns about some companies who are using public data for commercial use, right? And that's something that's... No? Okay.
No.
Okay. But I think in the UK, for instance, there were discussions about, at some point there were protests from creators when there were discussions of expanding the data and text mining exception for
Right.
commercial use.
But I may not have understood what you meant by public data. I was thinking of public data in the sense of official documents that aren't protected by copyright. So that's what I understood by public data, as opposed to works of authorship that are publicly available.
Yes, that's what I meant, yes.
Okay, so but with respect to that, you referred to text and data mining. So I think it's worth explaining that just because not everything is paid for, that doesn't mean that everything has to be paid for if there is an applicable copyright exception. So in the EU, there is an exception for text and data mining, and this is, I'm going to give you the definition. The definition allows copying for automated computational analysis of information in digital form, such as text, sounds, images, or data that are lawfully accessed in order to generate information which includes but is not limited to patterns, trends, and correlations. Right? And there's two types of exceptions in the EU. There is a general exception for non-commercial research, and the one that we're most interested in here is an exception for commercial research, but that exception allows the right owners to opt out. And as Andres indicated, it's very important in order to opt out, you have to know whether your content has gone in. So the transparency obligation in the EU AI Act is an important predicate to effectively opting out. It is expected that most EU right holders will or already have opted out of having their data ingurgitated by AI systems. The result of that is to create a marketplace for licensing data for AI inputs. So that's in the EU, the interplay between exceptions and licenses and getting copyright owners paid. In the United States, it's a little more complicated because we have a general exception called fair use. And I spend weeks teaching about fair use in my copyright class, so obviously I'm not going to do that here. But to keep it very short, fair use allows free copying for certain purposes, notably for commentary, criticism, scholarship, and perhaps most importantly, when that copying does not have a deleterious impact on the actual or potential market for the copied work. And when we're talking about training data, as we've seen, there is a market. There is an emerging market. Many copyright owners have already licensed. For example, OpenAI has gotten licenses from News Corp, from the Associated Press, not yet from the New York Times, but sooner or later, I think it will. Getty Images, many copyright owners are in fact licensing to AI companies. So if that is true, it becomes perhaps a little harder to argue that taking it for free does not conflict with the market for the work.
Yes, and before we talk about the consequences of the New York Times case against OpenAI, I just wanted to ask you, why do you think that this opt-out system will not be enough in the long term, and that AI companies will have the incentive to get licenses to use content?
Well, I think the opt-out actually is the prelude to taking licenses. Now, why should an AI company want to take a license, particularly in the United States, where it's a little more ambiguous? And I think Andres gave the answer, which is the difference between low-quality data that you get from scraping the internet and high-quality data that you get from licensing it from publishers, et cetera. You all know about the problem of hallucinations and ChatGPT just making things up. And that is compounded when the results of those AI outputs go back on the internet, and then you get a very vicious circle of bad data compounding bad data. So I think that there is a strong incentive together with legal reasons to want to license.
Thank you. And going back to the New York Times case against OpenAI, which was just taken to federal court, what do you think will be the ramifications for this case in the world, not just in the US?
Well, the case is at a very preliminary stage. There was a preliminary motion argued a couple of weeks ago whether to dismiss. I would not expect that the action will be dismissed at this early stage. It is possible that the action is really a prelude to more negotiations, because I think if you had a definitive answer, as definitive as possible in the world of fair use, somebody's going to lose very badly. And I'm not sure either party in this situation really wants to take that risk. And so that is another strong incentive to go back to the table. They had been negotiating. Negotiations broke down, lawsuit ensued, and perhaps, especially if the court does not dismiss the case at an early stage, I wouldn't be surprised if negotiations resumed.
Thank you. I hope so. Nabil Ayouch, you're here as a filmmaker, screenwriter, but you're also here as a voice of a guild which is called the SACD, which is a society of authors and composers in France. And actually, I think that they made a deal with an AI company called Genario. So they did make a deal. And you're here, to express a plea for authors in France to be remunerated.
Yes, and to say something very important, Elsa, the fact that artists are not afraid of AI. It's very important to be heard. Just as we have never been afraid of any kind of innovation throughout the history of art, each technological breakthrough has been an opportunity for us, a source of inspiration and reinvention. We have embraced and transformed, integrated each new tool into our creative process. Take that Grand Palais where we are sitting today. It has been imagined and built by artists, by creators who have embraced technology. Caravaggio, Rembrandt, they had to fight every morning with the pigments to practice their art. Do you think that Picasso was not thrilled to have paint tubes to paint his art and paintings? When photography emerged, it was merely a technical invention designed to capture and reproduce reality. Yet we turned photography into a major artistic discipline. When the Lumiere brothers invented cinema, protected by authors' rights, people predicted the end of painting and photography, yet both survived and became stronger than ever. The same thing happened when television and the streamers supposedly said to kill cinema. It didn't kill cinema. Here we are today. All those remarkable innovations have endured, and artists have embraced them. Authors' rights have never ceased to evolve, adapting to each of these changes. So no, believe me, artists are not afraid of AI or any kind of innovation. Now the real question is AI afraid of artists and their intellectual property rights? And on this point, let me reassure AI. You have nothing to fear. On the contrary, you should realize, as brilliant as you are, that we are good people, that you need artists, and creators to sustain your business model, because your model relies on a living, ever-evolving creative ecosystem, one that you, AI, can only transform if it respects authors' rights and operates with full transparency. What we create is intellectual wealth. What we create as value, don't forget that.
So how do you protect that value?
Well, to feed the machine, some say, drill, baby, drill. We say, regulate, baby, regulate. Every technological innovation to thrive has required a protective regulatory framework. Everyone. Without regulation, innovation collapses. History has proven this time and time again. And don't misunderstand me. We are not reactionaries clinging to privileges. No, we want to move forward. We want to embrace progress, but not at any cost, not at any price. And let me add this, we must move quickly. The time for speeches is over. We need action. We are on a high-speed highway. In the past, the speed limit was 100 kilometers per hour. Now it's 200. Soon it will be 300, and soon there will be no speed limit at all, no drivers at the wheel. So I let you imagine how that scenario ends. The world they are preparing for us, the one they are sending us, is not the world we want for ourselves and our children. A world where machines dominate humans, where the only rule is the survival of the fittest, and where endless expansion means the erasure or replacement of creativity. For us, humans are capable to face any challenge, and artists do so every day by taking risks. Believe me, we know what it means to take risks. But humanity and its cultural diversity must remain at the core of the equation. If we kill creativity and creators, we kill the human soul. Culture is what tells us where we come from, what unites us. The consequences of unregulated AI would be devastating, cataclysmic. Almost everyone knows this. So we have no choice but to believe in this fight. Even if the mountain before us is steep, this may be our very last chance, because dangers of all kinds are multiplying exponentially. I believe in this fight because it is not just a local battle here in France or in Europe. No, it's a global one. My fellow artists and creators all over the world all share the same sense of urgency and the same determination to act. Look at the strike my colleagues in Hollywood led last year to prevent the voices and faces from being stolen, from being replaced. They won. And in this kind of struggle, it's not always the biggest players who win, it's the most agile. Some have even proven recently that you can achieve far more with far less, by the way, including in tech. And we have what it takes. Europe and all those who left on the margin of AI development right now must reflect seriously on this and launch their own initiatives while there is still time, with creators, like some did already, because together we're stronger.
So what are you asking for?
Concretely, it's very simple. We ask for transparency in data uses involving our works. We are not asking to intrude on their business or inspect the inner workings of their algorithms. However, we have fundamental right to be informed whenever our work are used or transformed by AI, and we must enforce our authors' rights and all related fundamental rights. So one, transparency. AI developers must guarantee fair compensation and give creators oversight over how their work are used. Second, regulation. I mean, look at what you lose and what you win if you regulate. It's a win-win. We need a clear framework to define the rules of the game. We must establish who is truly the creator of a digital work, especially in cases of co-creation between humans and machines. The European Union has begun the work with the AI Act, which is a very positive and ambitious step, but not enough. We need immediate global action to set clear and binding regulatory standards. And let me finish by this. We are all on the same trains. And maybe some have plans to take a rocket and fly off to another planet if this train derails, but we don't. So if it derails, the rest of us derails. Protecting creators means protecting innovation, including AI. And who invented AI if not creators? AI needs creators, inventors. AI developers themselves file patents to protect their work from competitors. And yet, when a Chinese generative AI emerged, didn't we see immediately American executives crying out about being copied fraudulently? So, just as artists are not afraid of innovation, no innovation should be afraid of regulation. Regulation provides a framework that allows innovation to flourish. Without it, innovation collapses one day or another. That is why we are fighting, and that is why we will keep fighting to make this voice heard.
Thank you, it's beautiful. I feel like clapping. So you've had more time than everyone because we're in France. Kidding. Now we go to Pierre Louette. You're here as president of Les Echos Le Parisien group, but you're also here as president of Alliance Presse, which regroups roughly 40% of general press organizations in France. And I understand that you had negotiations with OpenAI last year. What happened?
Okay, maybe before I start, just a couple of words following up on what has been said previously, which is very rich, and I'm afraid I'm not going to be as heated as you were and as convincing. We are in a world in which we have to negotiate all the time with the new players. We had a round of negotiation around the neighboring rights issue. I don't know if all of you have heard of this issue. It was a law adopted in Europe, which everybody playing in Europe has to abide with. And a lot of the new players come to our countries and say, okay, you have a law, we're going to look at it, but we're not going to play with it. You know, it's not our law, we don't recognize it. And this is one of the main problems we have. We are using AI very much in our newsrooms, in our technology. We have hundreds of people doing data analysis, data engineering, so we're not lagging behind, we're not refusing, we're not like the new Luddites, you know, trying to destroy the machines. This is not happening again. So we know that technology is going to help us in many ways.
Pour faire sans, on sait que la technologie peut nous aider et on l'adopte aussi vite que possible. Mais nous sommes les membres de sociétés, de pays où, dès lors qu'il y a une loi, on doit toutes et tous la respecter. Je me souviens aussi d'ailleurs que la réglementation, elle est née aux États-Unis. Le libre-échange, ça marche parce qu'il y a la réglementation. Dès lors qu'il y a un monopole, le libre-échange n'existe pas. Et d'ailleurs, aux États-Unis, on a démantelé les monopoles pour créer davantage de valeur. Donc je suis toujours surpris de voir que les nouveaux acteurs arrivent et semblent faire obstruction de tout cela. Ils nous disent que c'est un nouveau monde qu'ils vont créer, que le monde sera bien meilleur. Alors c'est une belle promesse, très générale, très vague dans le même temps. Et en fait, ça rend le monde meilleur pour quelques-uns de ces nouveaux acteurs, mais pas pour les autres. Je ne sais pas si les entreprises créées ces dernières années ont vraiment amélioré le monde. Regardez Meta, Facebook, qui est un peu l'agora du monde, avec 2,5 milliards de personnes qui s'y retrouvent, mais ce n'est pas réglementé du tout. Ça sera maintenant réglementé par la foule. Imaginez cette idée-là. Les Grecs ont inventé tous ces mots, tous ces concepts-là. La culture, et d'ailleurs, Nabil l'a très bien évoqué, la culture, elle dépend des individus, de la créativité de tout un chacun, de la protection des droits de tout le monde. Quand il y a une nouvelle œuvre qui est créée, elle doit être protégée. Et ça fait aussi partie de notre culture et de qui nous sommes. Un de mes amis, d'ailleurs, a demandé ChatGPT il y a quelques instants cette question en français. Lorsque l'on pille la culture d'un pays, est-ce que cela peut mener à la disparition de ce pays? Et ChatGPT répond, lorsque la civilisation est pillée, elle perd une part de son identité, une part de sa mémoire. Eh bien, cette réponse-là est bonne. Là, pour le coup, pas d'hallucination. Donc, on se bat pour ça. Nous, on représente des centaines de journalistes qui parlent de la marche du monde, mais qui produisent aussi au quotidien de nouveaux contenus qui méritent d'être protégés. Et j'ai l'impression qu'on nous a pillé tout ce contenu. Alors le scraping, c'est le terme technique, le data scraping. Il y a 2 ans, nous avons commencé à faire un certain nombre de déclarations pour dire qu'on sait que vous êtes en train de nous piller ces données-là et de vous en servir pour des modèles IA. Donc maintenant, il faut qu'on se protège et il faut qu'on puisse rémunérer nos journalistes. Le système actuel fait qu'on voit qu'il y a des entreprises qui vendent des abonnements et c'est exactement la même chose. En fait, c'est comme d'aller dans le champ du voisin et d'aller tout récolter et de le vendre sans en parler aux voisins. Ça s'appelle le vol. Et ce message ou cette promesse de nous dire que ça va aider le monde parce que ça aide la recherche, personne n'y croit. Et lorsque ces entreprises se font concurrence, elles justement brandissent les droits de propriété intellectuelle. Donc elles veulent bien voler, mais elles ne veulent pas que les autres volent. Et tout ça, ça me paraît tout à fait ridicule. Et on est en train de traverser une période qui me rappelle la naissance d'Internet, puisqu'on entend ces messages, tout est formidable, le monde va être extraordinaire, les investisseurs sont très heureux, je le comprends, mais on ne pourra rien créer si on foule aux pieds tous les piliers que sont la loi, l'état de droit, la protection des auteurs, etc. Alors, je pense que vous partagez les mêmes préoccupations que Nabil Aouch, mais est-ce que vous pourriez nous en dire un peu plus sur les négociations que vous avez conduites avec OpenAI aux États-Unis? Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Quelles sont vos demandes? Où est-ce que vous en êtes? Alors, il y a 1 an, effectivement, j'étais à New York avec des journalistes européens et nous avons échangé avec OpenAI et quelques semaines après, d'ailleurs, OpenAI a signé un accord avec un éditeur en Europe pour chacun des pays, avec Le Monde et Le País. Vous savez combien Le Monde a reçu? Non, tout cela n'est pas tout à fait transparent, mais je comprends pourquoi d'ailleurs ce n'est pas transparent, parce qu'il y a le droit des affaires, on n'est pas censé tout publier. Toujours est-il que OpenAI a dit on ne peut pas parler à tout le monde, on est une entreprise trop jeune, on n'a pas assez d'avocats, on n'est pas suffisamment bien organisé, ce qui était peut-être vrai dans une certaine mesure parce que ces entreprises sont assez jeunes, même si elles sont appuyées par des géants. Donc elles nous ont dit c'est un peu trop tôt. Et puis ensuite, elles ont signé. Et cette signature, c'est en soi une bonne nouvelle, puisque ça veut dire qu'elles reconnaissent la valeur du contenu. Alors elles ont signé avec un journal et pas les 40 autres que vous avez représentés. Est-ce que ça peut être problématique? Alors j'essayais d'être un peu optimiste, ne serait-ce que le temps d'un instant. Alors oui, c'est pas une bonne chose, effectivement. C'est bien qu'ils aient signé avec au moins une entreprise, et si on signe avec une, c'est un peu un pied dans la porte, peut-être que les autres seront aussi concernés après. Ce que nous, on crée dans les rédactions, c'est de la valeur. Tout ce que l'on fait, c'est quelque chose qui ajoute de la valeur et on produit des faits qui sont vérifiés 1 fois, 2 fois, 3 fois. Donc ça ajoute de la valeur. Donc je pense que OpenAI reviendra à la table de négociation et signera avec tout le monde. Après, c'est très lent. Ça me rappelle les droits de voisinage où dans un premier temps, on ne reconnaît pas la loi. Ensuite, on trouve un accord, mais ça prend des années. Et maintenant, nous avons aussi un très bon accord avec Google, avec l'Alliance de la presse que moi, je représente. Meta se retire du champ de l'information. On a un nouveau deal avec LinkedIn après 3-4 années de tentatives. Donc voilà, il y a plusieurs situations, mais un grand point d'interrogation, comment est-ce que l'on peut dire qu'on va faire du monde un monde meilleur en laissant complètement de côté la loi? Nous savons que les empires ne durent pas pour toujours, ils finissent toujours par disparaître. Et pourquoi est-ce que c'est important pour vous d'avoir cette approche collective? C'est important parce que dans notre métier, nous sommes très fragmentés. Moi, je représente Le Monde, Le Figaro, la presse régionale, mais parfois, il y a des beaucoup plus petites publications qui n'ont même pas un avocat, qui sont représentées par notre collectif. Et en réalité, on est toujours petit lorsqu'il y a des milliards en jeu. Moi, j'étais le PDG de l'AFP il y a quelque temps et c'est moi qui ai poursuivi pour la première fois Google. D'ailleurs, nous avons remporté cette affaire-là et nous, on avait un avocat et eux, ils en avaient déployé plus d'une dizaine. Et les fonds qui ont été levés par ces entreprises sont gigantesques. Ça se chiffre en milliards de dollars ou d'euros pour dessiner l'avenir. Et moi, je suis convaincu que le progrès, c'est une bonne chose. Je travaille dans le sens du progrès. J'aime la technologie. Mais il ne faut pas que tout cela se fasse à un prix intolérable, celui de ne pas respecter le droit des auteurs, des artistes. Alors, l'UE, en 2018, a été critiquée car c'est l'UE qui a appliqué la RGPD, qui est la loi la plus stricte dans ce domaine-là, même si aujourd'hui, on sait qu'aux États-Unis, il y a au moins 5 États qui ont une réglementation plus ou moins aussi stricte. Alors, j'aimerais beaucoup que l'UE soit reconnue pour son travail réalisé sur l'IA. Le président Macron, d'ailleurs, l'a évoqué. La France est un pays d'ingénieurs, des ingénieurs qu'on exporte, mais il y en a aussi qui restent ici. Donc soyons d'abord reconnus pour tout cela. Et puis ensuite, j'aimerais que l'UE soit aussi reconnue pour son respect des lois, avec notre tradition, avec Beaumarchais, avec les droits de propriété intellectuelle. Tout ça, c'était déjà une bonne idée et ça l'est encore aujourd'hui. Les bonnes idées, elles perdurent dans le temps. Alors, Jane, est-ce que vous voulez ajouter quelque chose? Non? Très bien. Mais écoutez, un grand merci à vous toutes et tous et je vous souhaite une excellente après-midi. Merci beaucoup pour cet échange extrêmement intéressant. On a parlé de la différence entre les données de faible et de haute qualité et l'impact que ça a sur nous, les usagers. Nous avons parlé aussi de ce jeu d'équilibriste pour les auteurs, pour les éditeurs, pour les uns et les autres. Nous allons parler de tout cela encore aujourd'hui. On va vous demander de vous diriger vers l'auditorium et vers l'endroit où sont organisés les ateliers sur l'IA et la science, l'IA et la confiance et la gouvernance de l'IA et bien d'autres sujets encore. On se retrouvera ici dans cette salle à 13h pile avec des questions de confidentialité, cybersécurité et intégrité de l'information. À tout à l'heure.
Bonjour. J'espère que vous avez eu un bon déjeuner, que vous avez visité l'auditorium avec les ateliers, avec la présentation de l'IA pour que l'on explore en profondeur comment faire fonctionner l'IA partout pour tous. Alors, dans cette session, nous allons aborder la vie privée, la cybersécurité et l'intégrité de l'information. Ce terme a déjà été un peu abordé. Comment exploiter l'IA pour protéger les démocraties? Et cette discussion va traiter de la protection des valeurs démocratiques tout en préservant la vie privée et la cybersécurité. Je vais vous présenter Guillaume Poupard. Pouvez-vous l'applaudir? Il arrive sur la scène.
Okay, so, Mr. President,
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Madame la Présidente, cher Nigat, cher Meredith, Mesdames, Messieurs, bonjour, bienvenue à cette table ronde consacrée à la cybersécurité et la vie privée. Il y a plusieurs interactions avec les partenaires internationaux et nous avons observé qu'il y a de nombreux risques. Nous les connaissons. À Bletchley Park, nous les avons identifiés, puis également à Séoul. Et quand on parle des risques principaux, la question de la protection des démocraties se présente très rapidement. Nous avons des travaux intéressants faits par la science. Nous avons le rapport sur la sécurité dirigé par Joseph Angel qui a été publié, présenté, qui est un travail très important basé sur la science. Nous avons des idées pour bâtir des normes. Nous sommes heureux en France d'avoir créé un nouveau institut pour évaluer la situation de l'IA et cet institut va faire partie des réseaux d'instituts sur la sécurité qui sont créés. Maintenant, nous allons parler de la solution concernant 3 défis principaux auxquels nous faisons face.
As pragmatic and objective as possible. I'm talking about cybersecurity. We know that AI can be used by our adversaries, but it can also be used by the people who protect us. I talk about information security, information manipulation, disinformation. Again, we can see on social networks, for example, that many people try to use AI against our democracies. But the tools built on AI can also help us to protect ourselves. And finally, the third challenge is related to privacy. AI is a matter of data, of course, including our data. So how can we protect those data and at the same time develop AI, efficient AI, ethical AI for everybody? So today we are lucky. We have an incredible group of panelists. I don't want to make mistakes. So first of all, we have Edgar Rinkiewicz, President of Latvia. It's an honor to have you with us today. We have Meredith Whitaker, who is the President of Signal. We have Nigat Dad, who comes from Pakistan, who is a lawyer and the founder of the Digital Rights Foundation. We have Marie-Laure Denis, the President of the French Privacy Authority, the CNIL. And finally, we have Mr. Matthias Kormann, the Secretary General of OECD, with whom we have very good cooperation during the preparation of this summit. So, If we start now, Mr. President, as a president of a country particularly exposed to digital threats, what should be the role of governments to tackle this issue? And how can AI bring new solutions? Please.
Well, thank you very much, and it's great to be here with those very distinguished panelists and to discuss those very important issues. Well, let me say that I would divide my answer in a couple of points. Point one, yes, indeed, Latvia, due to its geopolitical situation, geographical location, has been exposed to different kind of risks and threats, cyber attacks, cybersecurity attacks, disinformation campaigns. But what I would say that if I would be asked this question a year ago, I would start the answer differently. I would start talking about the need to increase investment in cybersecurity. Today, I would say that number one task is actually to protect critical infrastructure. We have had recent attacks against undersea critical infrastructure, including also data cables, and what we have now found that actually you should start your first defense line protecting the infrastructure. And by doing that, we had NATO summit of Baltic Sea states in mid of January, and we understood that there are many AI solutions that we can actually deploy to monitor situation in the Baltic Sea, to analyze the movement of ships, to find ways how to tackle this challenge. Number two, it's more classical. Yes, just yesterday, the Baltic states, Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania disconnected from the Russian and Belarusian electricity grid and connected to the European grid. Actually, that process was also accompanied by some cyber attacks. And again, use of AI solutions here already has been some fruitful also in this regard. And then we come to the third point that is very much related to democracy and the use of AI. What we have found already in Europe, we have case of Romania, of Slovakia, where AI is being used to interfere in elections. That AI models have been actually employed as part of disinformation campaign, as part of attack against democracy. And back in Latvia, we have enacted already the legislation that requires the marking of AI in political campaigns, and also the use of deepfakes in the electoral process, especially if there is a connection with some malign actors, is criminally punishable by the law. Having said that, I'm now turning to the last point that I want to say. And I think that what we should look at AI, it's both the opportunity and also the risk. When it comes to the opportunity side, I would say that we want to see more cooperation between the government, the business community, as well as the academic community. We are currently in the process of establishment of National AI Center, where actually security, development of AI, and also the academic part of it would play equally important role. What we need more expertise. We need to use AI models that we are already doing in understanding where we are under attack, but also how we can actually protect our systems, how we can protect also our democratic values. And also, so it happens that in Riga we have NATO Center of Excellence for Strategic Communications that actually also is working a lot to address disinformation and the use of artificial intelligence. So from that point of view, I would say that we are currently very much addressing the risk part of AI. What I would like to see is that governments are working more also on opportunity side, how we can actually develop AI models, instruments not only to protect democracy, but also to do more to spread the information that we want, how we can tackle that also from the positive point of view.
Thank you very much. Do you consider that the systems dedicated to elections are particularly targeted by AI or by cyber?
We do have already examples where we can see that AI models, AI has been used as a deepfake. I do believe that in coming electoral cycle here in Europe, we are going to see AI being used not only as deepfake, but also to generate, to analyze patterns of electoral behavior in order to influence also that or another political campaigning. Yes, we have seen some examples. We have seen, of course, a lot of examples where social media, especially TikTok, Telegram, but also X, to the lesser extent, but still Facebook, all of those are being used, and now more and more AI is being employed, not in the best way. Romanian example, Romanian presidential elections, I think is one example, and I think that we as the European Union will have to learn a lot from what we are learning. It's actually very cheap and easy to get that or another campaign on TikTok. It costs a couple of hundred of thousands euros. That for political gain is not a big sum of money. And then you have a result where all of a sudden you have a very difficult choice. On one hand, you see that elections have been manipulated. On the other hand, well, that's still a question how far judicial power, how far, let's say, democratic institutes can actually self-protect itself. And I think it's going to be a very tough political and also legal discussion in years to come.
Thank you very much. Next, Meredith, according to you, what are the main conditions to ensure that AI remains trustworthy in terms of security, privacy, and neutrality, please?
Well, thank you. That's a big question, and it's one I think about a lot. As you said, AI relies on data. There's nothing in the world AI can ever know. There's nothing it can be intelligent about that it didn't find in the data, whether that's the training data or the data that was imported by human labor during reinforcement learning with human feedback, or your data that you provide it in the form of prompts or access to your photo library or access to other information that it uses to make inferences and predictions. So AI has pretty profound privacy consequences. And at Signal, where we think about the fundamental right to privacy and expression and all of the things that guarantees, from military operations to democracies, to journalism, to human rights work, to the type of intimate conversations you need to have when you're developing new ideas and thinking about new worlds, we see that as a pretty profound threat, insofar as we're seeing a market that is really pushing to integrate AI into every corner and not always being mindful about the consequences. So I can give just a quick example, and I want to be clear, I'm not picking on one company here. There just happens to be one company who is behind this one example out of many, frankly. And this is Microsoft's announcement of something they called Recall. And how many people in the room have heard of Recall? Well, I see a handful, but given how alarming this was, I think a handful is pretty small. Recall is an agent, which is another name for a bot, that they were integrating into their latest operating system. Now, after pushback, they've changed some of this. But what they were integrating was a service where instead of having to remember what you were doing on your computer 3 months ago, 3 weeks ago, you could just type it into the interface and say, what tab was I looking at? Or, what was I doing? And it would say, oh, it was 3 a.m. and you were doom scrolling on YouTube or whatever you were doing. But of course, how did it get this information? It has to have data to know that, and how it got the data was screenshotting your desktop every 5 seconds, passing those screenshots through an ocular character recognition system that extracts text and context and puts that into a text file, and then storing that text file on your desktop unencrypted. Now, that text file could include things like your disappearing signal messages that were highly sensitive. It could include anything you were doing on that desktop. So again, I think we need to be really cautious about framing AI as the solution to this problem in cases where its hunger for data, its need for information, and the company's push for return on billions of dollars of investment are leading to clear corner cutting that could undermine fundamental rights and frankly undermine signal, which is the nervous system of free expression and communication at this point in history, and I don't think it's ever been more important. So for me, I think sometimes we need to not leverage AI in order to protect democracies, in order to protect our institutions, and be very mindful about where we're placing these systems and how we're gathering the data for inference, for training, and for AI's use.
Thank you very much. And maybe, Meredith, if I may, what would you say to French people from the parliament who would like to put backdoors in our systems?
I'm so glad you asked. Because I think there may be a few French folks in parliament, not all of them. I talked to many reasonable people in parliament and not in France who do want to put backdoors in the encryption and the private and secure systems that we rely on for this nervous system of rights. And I would say, what on earth are you doing? We have clear evidence dating back decades, a robust technical consensus that says if you make a backdoor, it is open to anyone. There is no such thing as a backdoor that only the good guys can access. If you make a backdoor, you have Salt Typhoon. How many of you have heard of Salt Typhoon? I'm going to do that again, but frankly, I'm actually shocked by that. And I think I'm not shocked that you all don't know. I'm shocked that this hasn't reached you all because it is catastrophic and the consequences need to be widely known. I'll tell a short story. Salt Typhoon was disclosed late last year. It was a hack on the US telecommunications systems. It got the account data, that's your name, that's your information, of millions and millions of US residents, anyone who subscribed to the telecommunications services that were hacked, location data, your contact lists, all of your SMS, all of your phone calls, incredibly intimate data. They got into Kamala Harris's system, they got into Trump and Vance. They had data on all of Washington, D.C., anyone who subscribed, their locations, when they started going into the FBI building, when they left, when they went to an oncology clinic, et cetera, when they started calling their doctor, when they stopped. Incredibly intimate information. It looks like Salt Typhoon was tied to a Chinese hack. This is a nation-state adversary. Now, a lot of the people who made a big deal about the Snowden revelations have been fairly quiet about this, but I would say this is just as catastrophic from a national security perspective, and it was facilitated by the implementation of backdoors in these core infrastructures, backdoors that were originally designed to let the good guys in US law enforcement intercept communications. This is the collateral consequences of the move to undermine encryption, to undermine signal, to undermine the only services we have in the world that guarantee privacy and expression in a context where we've never had more surveillance. And I think it's an incredibly perilous time to be diplomatic about it, to be proposing such things, given the concentration of power in the tech industry and given the weaponization that could occur with that kind of concentrated surveillance data.
Thank you very much. Then, Marie-Laure, we have just touched upon the issue of privacy. Can you elaborate on the main challenges of AI poses to privacy protection, and what should we do about it with your experience at the head of a privacy agency in France?
Well, thank you very much, Guillaume. First, I would like to thank the organizers for positioning privacy high on the agenda regarding the design of trustworthy AI. Artificial intelligence can improve in many ways our lives, but if misused, it can also make our lives much more difficult. So privacy is indeed at the foundation of our liberal democracies. Therefore, its protection must be considered as a prerequisite to AI developments. So without being exhaustive with the main risks about AI and personal data, I will mention data processing without people's knowledge. An individual may see his or her data used to train an AI model without being informed and without the possibility of objecting, particularly with the development of online web scraping. The recent last week publication of 2 new CNIL recommendations illustrates this with concrete solutions for informing people whose data is used and making it easier for them to exercise the right they have on their data. Another series of risks concern AI models that can return information from the training set, such as facts from old newspapers, for example, or can generate hallucinations presented as true fact, and also replicate bias from the data training the set, and bias which can lead to discrimination, possibly. Another risk, you've all heard about it, is the use of voice and image. For example, an actor whose voice and face are reused for an unintended and commercial purpose. And another example is the usurpation of a social network account accompanied by a deepfake video confirming a transfer request and using the voice and the image of the usurped person is known as a president scam. AI, Guillaume, and you know it more than anyone, can facilitate cyber attacks on personal data, making them more numerous, more sophisticated, more difficult to detect, because AI makes it easy to generate high-quality computer code and therefore also malicious code. Attackers are skilled enough to write code, but they can use AI assistance to speed up the task to produce malware. Regarding the manipulation of information, the combination and processing of different sources of data can reveal a lot concerning our health status, our religious beliefs, our political opinions. Everyone has in mind the Facebook Cambridge Analytica case, and the president talked about also the recent process concerning the election of president of Romania and the risk of interference by foreign powers. So you asked me, what can data protection authorities do? Our challenge as a data supervisory protection authority is both to control the compliance to data protection law, and in our case here in France, here in Europe with GDPR, but also to support the development of trustworthy AI services by providing guidance to the ecosystem so AI will bring its full potential to everyone. Indeed, if AI poses new challenges to data protection, it has also the potential to strengthen the protection of individuals' rights thanks to so-called privacy-enhancing technologies, PETs, based on AI. In that sense, my colleagues, the other data protection authorities and the CNIL, are looking at various technologies as synthetic data, homomorphic encryption for neural networks or machine unlearning techniques, as they can help building innovative and trustworthy AI systems here in France and in Europe. So to conclude just this expression, I would like to underline that CNIL works to provide legal certainty to the markets and guarantees to individuals on security, on absence of bias, and on respect on privacy. Without the guarantees, there can be no trust, and without trust, there can be no sustainable development of AI, only short-term performance. Because CNIL, I believe, has the skills to provide technical, legal, and ethical answers, while integrating, of course, the economic stacks, we are really willing to contribute to create this framework of trust.
Thank you very much. And talking about trust, during the preparation of the summit, we started talking about safety and security, and finally we switched to talk about trust, because the real goal is trust, of course, even if security and safety can enable to build it, of course. Thank you very much. Nigat, how can AI bring new tools to tackle disinformation and strengthen trust, again, in democratic institutions? And what should be the safeguards to ensure that AI is used to promote more trust and common understanding? Please.
First of all, thank you so much. I think it's really good to see diverse voices, especially in the AI summit, because we haven't seen this in previous conversations around AI happening in different parts of the world. And I think, adding to what Maridat said earlier, I think before talking about leveraging AI tools to detect disinformation or strengthening democracy, I think we really need to take a step back and see how democratized this AI conversation is around the world. Of course, there are so many tools to detect disinformation or coordinated disinformation campaigns when it comes to foreign interference. But I'm not sure if we have been talking about the entire world or just democracies in the global north. And I think when it comes to global majority, we do not really have access to AI technologies. We lack in capacity building, we lack in knowledge. There's so many lackings that I can just mention. But I would just like to say that the power concentration around AI has been in the hands of handful countries and handful companies. And I'm not sure if Europe, especially France, is actually realizing that this very moment, we have a real opportunity to actually change the entire game when we are seeing so much narrative coming from North America, US. And I think we just cannot take this progress forward when we are not including diverse voices. Democracies around the world have different shapes and forms. Some democracies are trying to survive, some democracies are very strong. And I think if we are not taking everyone along, we cannot progress. Europe cannot progress here if they are not listening to the people in other jurisdictions. And respected president mentioned that stakeholders are working, academics, experts in the AI and government. But if you are not including civil society in these conversations, then we are not talking about real democracy. We are not talking about international human rights framework. That is actually basis of all the technologies, let alone AI that we are talking. And if we talk about dangers, I'll just give you an example of what is happening in countries like mine. The detection tools that the companies are making cannot really detect the tech-facilitated gender-based violence. That is considered violence in my part of the world. These AI tools are not contextually aware that how to respond to the localized needs of the users. And I'm not sure if companies have been listening to us. We have been saying for this so long, and I think this is a real moment for platforms, for governments to actually really listen to us and not just nod their heads, but actually, are they absorbing what we are saying? Because all the harms that we are talking about, and we have been talking about for so long, these are the actual harms that the US is actually talking about. So I guess the harms are there. They have been there for so long in other parts of the world. I think it's just if you are noticing them or not. And we can talk about opportunities if we can actually realize that these harms are for everyone around the world, and then we can see how we can talk about those harms and turn them into real opportunities for everyone around the world. When we say the majority world, we are talking about the majority of the world and not just global north. I think I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Matthias, first of all, thank you very much for the very good cooperation with OECD, preparing the summit. How can international regulation, standards, framework, cooperation, you can choose whatever you want, help support and promote the emergence of innovative and efficient solutions? Please.
Well, thank you very much. Firstly, we desperately need more and better and more effective international cooperation when it comes to AI. I mean, you know, we all know the exciting upside benefits and opportunities of AI, and everybody's in a rush, of course, to be part of the exciting opportunities for humanity. We all understand some of the risks, though, I mean, I think as Meredith has sort of proven quite effectively, there's a diversity of awareness of the level and extent of risk. And so, you know, clearly we want to ensure that universally around the world, in an inclusive fashion, people can seize all of the upside benefits while also being appropriately protected of some of the downside risks and threats, and that there's appropriate mitigation and management approaches universally when it comes to some of the risks and threats. So, I mean, at the moment, because, you know, AI, over the last 10 years, there have been lots of rapid and exciting developments, both on the opportunity side and the risk side. Yes, I mean, AI can help protect democracy, it can help strengthen institutions, but it can also undermine democracy and undermine institutions, and we've got all of the many benefits. But there is still, you know, us governments around the world are developing policy, and you know, at the OECD we now count more than 1,000 different policy approaches across 70 jurisdictions when it comes to AI. There is a high risk of fragmentation, of counterproductive developments in different directions, and we need to bring all of that closer together. We need a more systematic and comprehensive approach. Yes, I mean, to the identification of opportunities and benefits, so that can be so that we can develop and deploy strategies for the universal and equitable deployment of those benefits. But we also have to have a systematic and comprehensive identification of the risks, and there are new and evolving risks every day, so that appropriate responses can be put in place. Now, governments don't have sufficient knowledge to be able to do that. Governments have to put themselves into platforms with real experts that know what they're talking about. And some real decisions have to be made. I mean, we've got to have an overall values framework, and certainly from the OECD's point of view, we would commend the OECD AI principles, which we recently updated as a way to facilitate the development of safe, secure, trustworthy, human-centric AI, but we need to bring people together. We need to have, you know, the systematic identification, as I say, of risk, and the systematic development and deployment of risk mitigation approaches. And I mean, at the OECD, we have the AI incident monitor, where we track incidents around the world in order to help develop appropriate responses. We have our AI observatory, where we track the different policy approaches to identify policy best practice. In the end, both on the opportunity and benefit side and on the risk side, we need to develop policy best practice, and we need to have a globally coherent governance and regulatory arrangement in place. And we are too far away from that at the moment, and so we need to get our skates on also to ensure that we can genuinely and safely benefit from all of the upside.
Thank you very much. I have an open question. You can observe that there's no big tech company on this panel. Well, they cannot be everywhere, of course, but in your opinion, what would be there's no offense for Signal. When I say big tech is with billions
We're
and
only
billions.
big in terms of importance.
I agree. I fully agree.
And scale.
Of course, I agree. But for big techs with billions and billions of euros or dollars, what would be the message for them? What should be their role to protect democracy against the risks of AI? I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I think the type of AI we're talking about now, the bigger is better, large-scale models, are a product of the concentrated power in the tech industry. You need huge amounts of compute, huge amounts of data, the kind of data that massive social media platforms and marketplaces are able to pull in. And you need market access, which requires platform control or infrastructural control. Either you license something as a cloud API or you integrate it into your social media platform. But we are talking about paradigms of scale that are ultimately concentrating power in these big tech platforms. And so I think we need, whatever they do, and they're going to maximize their objective functions, which are growth and revenue, everyone else needs to focus on more novel, more innovative, smaller approaches to AI that do not concentrate power. And I'm referencing, there's a paper that I wrote with Gaël Valquois and Sasha Lucioni about a year ago that looks at the harms of this bigger is better paradigm. One of the harms is that it's mystifying AI. These bigger models aren't necessarily better when they're used in context. They're not as sustainable, and they have real consequences for democracy when a handful of companies are making determinations about our shared AI future based on maximizing revenue and growth, not necessarily on these shared social values.
Thank you. Any other comment? Yes, please.
Well, actually, it's interesting because last year in September, I was in the United States visiting Silicon Valley, meeting with social media companies and AI companies. And almost all of them were open to discuss some kind of framework, how they could look at AI, how they could look actually at all those risks we were just talking earlier, interfering in democratic process by state actors, and not only state actors. And they were open to discuss. That's already probably good news compared to where we were a couple of years ago, because I think that everyone is still not very sure how far, where are we going with AI in general, and how far and where are we going with AI, particularly when it comes to political process. But then comes the difficult part. I very much agree that for companies, the primary priority, the primary task is about the profit, about growing. For governments, for societies, it's a bit different task. And trying to find out the kind of both agreement, but also regulatory framework, legislative framework is something that we are trying to do. Here in the European Union, we have endless discussions how to protect democratic process through legislative work, but then we all understand that it's very much limited in scope and also in geography. But if the company is somewhere in the United States or in China or somewhere outside of the European Union, we are running into the certain difficulties. And then, of course, you also have another thing. We still have countries where opposition is suppressed, where free and open societies are not working, and where they are hoping to get some kind of fresh information, fresh outlook. It's Russia, it's Belarus, other countries where actually social media play not only negative but also positive role, and also AI can play. So actually I think that at the end of the day it is about sitting together and trying to work out some kind of agreement, but at the same time it's not going to be easy because the government is going to watch very carefully and wants to impose some regulations, and companies want to have more profits, more users, more freedom. And it's better than it used to be, but we are far from getting to some kind of agreement.
Yes, Milo.
Yes, and very quickly, maybe I think big tech have a very special responsibility due to the huge amount of personal data they train their AI model with, and the competitive advantage they have with that. So I think big tech companies should be particularly transparent with the use of the personal data they have, and implement privacy by design processes to develop their AI systems so their users has the sufficient trust in using their systems.
Yeah, I think we really need to see all bits of oversight mechanisms that can help hold these companies accountable. Whether we are talking about regulations, All Eyes on Digital Services Act, and the enforcement of DSA, and how it can help, the enforcement can help countries in the global south to basically use the similar argument and what kind of precedent they set to hold companies accountable in our jurisdictions. But I would also say that there are other mechanisms of oversight as well. There is an oversight board for Meta, and I sit on the board. In one of the decisions, we basically asked company to label AI-generated content, and because one of our decisions and the recommendation that we gave, now in a month, 600 million pieces of AI-generated content on Meta platforms is being labeled as AI-gen content. So I think there are several ways to look into this, but we should not just lose sight that there's several actors who can hold them accountable, and not just governments around the world. We can have independent oversight mechanisms, but also the role of civil society is so important to keep telling them that what they are doing wrong. These are US-based companies, but if you look at the user base of Meta in India, that's more than the US user base. So I think they cannot just force their policies or the decisions that they are making around their content policies on the rest of the world and the users in the rest of the world.
Thank you very much. Well, we are almost at the end of this roundtable. I would like to take advantage of those last few words to make a few advertisements. First of all, in a few minutes, we'll have a presentation of an open source project dedicated to the development of safety tools. This is called Roost, for robust, open, online safety tools. And it's an example of what can be developed using open source to propose some safety in practice, and I hope to protect our democracies. Second advertisement, tomorrow afternoon we'll have a very, very interesting side event co-organized by OECD and Viginum, which is the French agency that fights against disinformations. The name of the side event is Protecting Information Integrity in the Age of AI, so you won't be surprised. It will be also very interesting to focus on those domains, even if you already clearly explained what is the situation and what could be the solutions. And finally, the third thing I would like to point is another side event dedicated to a cyber crisis exercise organized by the French Cybersecurity Agency, Well, cybersecurity is not new, but we have seen that AI is also changing some things and being able to adapt crisis management to the use of AI, both by adversaries and by the people who protect us, is very important. So this is also a side event tomorrow afternoon. Well, thank you so much for your explanations, very clear, your messages. I'm sure that, of course, this is not the end of the story. This summit is just a step, but if unfortunately we are convinced that AI can be used by bad people, I'm sure that we can find solutions if we're able to work together with all the stakeholders, public and private ones. And I will finish on this, if we don't forget a huge part of humanity who is also concerned, as you said, Niget, with this question of AI. It's not only a question for a few big tech companies and a few rich countries, it's also a matter for all the humanity, and that's why it's important to be able to talk about this all together. Thank you very much.
What a fantastic conversation looking into cybersecurity, privacy, information integrity, and how AI can truly be leveraged for democratic values. I want to give another big round of applause to Guillaume and our panel for this insightful conversation. We went into a lot of depth, and of course we want to engage with you further. You can connect with the summit using the hashtags that are on the screen, and we'd like to give a big thank you to the panel. Our next session will commence in just 15 minutes. We'll have a transition break, and we'll be back here at 2 o'clock precisely. And welcome back, everyone. Our next session is focusing on setting up efficient and truly inclusive AI governance. This session will address the need to strengthen the international system of AI governance to tackle the immense opportunities that AI offer, and of course, what we've already spoken about, the risks. AI is rapidly transforming economic, political, and social balances, and inclusive governance is critical to ensuring that its benefits are widely shared by everyone, everywhere. This session is going to explore two key questions. How can we build more inclusive AI governance? And the second question is, how can we create greater synergies between the existing processes for enhanced efficiency? To moderate this important conversation, I'd like to welcome to stage highly accomplished Henri Verdier and his panel. Please join me in giving them a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon. Wow. Good afternoon. I'm truly honored to welcome you all for this session and very proud to be sharing the stage with our panelists who embody the broad diversity of AI stakeholders. I name His Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros, Mr. Mauro Vieira, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Brazil, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization, and Mrs. Anna Tumadotir, CEO of Creative Commons. And I'm Henri Verdier, French Ambassador for Digital Affairs. Some of us will speak in French, so you have a translation, so don't hesitate to take a device. If, sadly, for you, you don't speak French. And I will introduce briefly the topic with few and brief ideas. Some of you don't know that AI governance is one of the most exciting topics of the day, and a critical one. I had the honor to prepare the summit, to lead a working group with more than 80 contributors, 30 states, dedicated to this topic of AI governance. And we did agree, first, to make everyone comfortable, that governance doesn't mean regulation or not just regulation. Governance can need regulation, but governance is also about open standards, about open source, about building infrastructure, about voluntary commitment, about code of conduct, about sharing good practices. And we did agree that this revolution, the revolution of AI, we did agree that not every innovation is a progress, and that if we want this revolution to help us to build a better world, we need to pay attention to a big variety of issues, and that's the second lesson. Of course, we speak a lot about security, risk, ethics, human rights, bias. Those conversations are in the international community. But we need also to pay attention to cultural diversity, how to protect small languages, to environmental impact of those new technologies, to the risk of hyper-concentration of the market, to a lot of other issues that are also very important, protecting intellectual property, guaranteeing a level playing field for the market, etc. So basically, if we want to a civilized AI civilization, we need to pay attention to quite every aspect of our lives, and we need to find collective tools, collective approaches, because that was another conclusion of our working group. If we let a too big fragmentation of the AI governance, we will induce a race to the bottom, and that's the second lesson. We cannot afford a world where every country, every region will compete within a race to the bottom. So that's the second observation I wanted to share with you. And maybe a third one, which my friends know that this is one of my favorite quotes. I don't know how many of you know the famous first Kranzberg law. You know the Kranzberg law? So Kranzberg was a sociologist of technology, and he wrote, technology is not good nor bad, neither neutral. And this neither neutral is a very important idea, because technology can be used for good and for bad, and both will appear and will organize our societies. Plus, this is not neutral. It does change education, the future of work, maybe how we grow up as human beings in a world of intelligent device, etc. And this third aspect of technology matters a lot too, and we'll probably need some decisions regarding governance. So that's the big conversation that is just beginning worldwide, and especially within the UN system, of course. And a conversation that we will have today with our eminent panelists, and I'm very happy for this. And today, we won't treat everything, of course, that's impossible. So, as was said, we will probably focus on how to make the AI governance more inclusive, and that's a real problem. I figure that most of you in this room know the report of the high-level working group of the UN Secretary General in September that did show that basically, if you count the main bodies where we speak about AI governance, the countries of the G7, like France, are in each of them, and there are quite 120 countries that are nowhere. So we cannot build a common future without half of the countries of the world. We cannot afford this. But when I say inclusion, we think also about civil society, research, and a lot of other important stakeholders. The second question is how to make this AI governance, international AI governance, more effective, because we want to curb the curse of this revolution. We don't want to say good promises and good ideas. So we need to organize ourselves to have an impact, a real one. And the third question is what, as I said, to pay attention to the non-neutral aspect of AI, so to be sure that we are not destroying the future of work or destroying the future of our educational system without paying attention to this. So that are three very important questions, and I will ask to my distinguished panelists to help us to think about this and to find new answers. President Assoumani, I will ask the question in French and then I will translate it briefly. Monsieur le Président, compte tenu de votre récente expérience en tant que président de l'Union
africaine, given your recent experience as President of the African Union, could you share with us some of your impressions about that experience regarding international AI governance and the need for it to be inclusive? Thank you very much indeed, Moderator, sir. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This is a fascinating exercise to consider AI governance. Indeed, the breathtaking growth of AI is a source of concern, but also fascination. It opens up new prospects. It stimulates scientific research and contributes to the optimization of technologies for human development. Today, we are looking at this subject together. Generative AI is at the heart of the digital revolution that we're experiencing currently and that is having an impact on every facet of our daily lives. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time when we are working to promote the benefits of AI, we need to consider the risks to which it may give rise, particularly when it comes to security, data protection, and state sovereignty. The adoption of the Pact for the Future in New York in September 2024, which included the Global Digital Pact, marks a first step towards regulation for AI, which would guarantee ethical, fair use of AI in a multilateral framework. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted that civil society and private players have been involved in this summit, not as observers, but as fully fledged partners. This means that they will be fully involved in the new inclusive dynamic momentum for AI. Human rights, social justice, and cross-border circulation of data at the heart of AI and other technology governance. We need to think together about how we can act to guarantee both progress and development for all. In our countries, we see on a day-to-day basis that there is a digital divide that's widening. It's some groups and some powers that are benefiting currently from AI, and this only exacerbates technological and economic inequalities. In the context of the world today, countries of the global south in general, and particularly Africa, are calling for a truly inclusive AI governance. To that end, we need to reform the rules. Our opinion is that a first step would be to defend and promote a global architecture for digital governance that is structured within the UN context. I had the honor to chair the African Union in 2023, as you have pointed out. And I will say to you this afternoon, in all sincerity, that one of the major issues that the African Union considered was this. But what counts is not to identify the problem, but to find solutions. During my mandate, I put digital development at the heart of our reflections in the African Union, thinking about the benefits of artificial intelligence and technologies in general. Many countries in Africa are building large-scale databases, big data, in fact, so as to have their own source of artificial intelligence for Africa and perhaps for the world. Artificial intelligence, it's clear, will have major consequences for the world, many positive, but we need to be careful. We need to manage artificial intelligence. We must not let it manage us, because if we were to do so, the consequences would be clear. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, Your Excellency. Your last call is very important. During the preparation of this summit, we did work within 5 open working groups, and we did listen broadly the South. And I remember something, because so much people told me, okay, you want to prepare yourself for the risk of existential risk, why not? But we also have existential needs. And let's face the existence of existential needs. Minister, I will come to you with more or less the same question, but I want just to notice that Brazil plays an important role in the global history of internet governance and digital governance. We do remember the Marco Civil da Internet, we do remember your G20 presidency, and we would love to hear from you regarding this need on governance and maybe regarding the multi-stakeholder approach, if you, please.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Verdier. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation and sharing this panel with Mr. President Assoumani of the Comoros, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo, both of them good friends of long time, and also with Ms. Anna Tumadotir, CEO of Creative Commons. It gives me great pleasure to be here among such a diverse group. The subject of this panel is particularly relevant for Brazil. Artificial intelligence is disruptive not only due to the new technology it embeds, but also because its current model of development allows the privatization of areas once the helm of states. We must address the consequences of a laissez-faire attitude towards digital tools and environments. I bring here a simple message. If left unchecked in the hands of a few, the artificial intelligence revolution could have serious consequences for our democratic systems, eroding international regimes and undermining the very basis of international law, truth, and social bonds. This is why we need a truly inclusive process for the international governance of AI, with fair representation of developing countries in an enhanced and efficient multilateralism. We have seen in Brazil that digital platforms have entirely reshaped the social interactions. Yes, they amplify information dissemination and facilitated communication within and across boundaries. However, they also dramatically multiplied the speed, scale, and reach of disinformation, hate speech, and other forms of online harms. These old phenomena are now made much worse by a variety of incentives in the digital domain, most notably the business model of social platform based on the monetization of engagement by users. The weaponization of digital platforms by their controllers to achieve political goals can also generate extremely negative impacts on democracies all around the world. Today, artificial intelligence, AI algorithms choose what most of us see online, aiming not at the public interest, but solely at maximizing attention for the sake of profit. This is a serious threat to our democratic values. It's one of the main drivers of market concentration, social polarization, and political radicalization. In extreme cases, it can lead to violence and death. What is illegal offline is also illegal online. All companies, no matter how big they are, must abide by the laws of the countries where they offer their products and services. Protecting democracies means respecting democratic institutions, which are the cornerstones of democratic coexistence. It is alarming that companies operating from abroad may claim not to respect Supreme Court orders or legal requirements of the countries where they operate. We will not tolerate any attempts to circumvent national laws and institutions. This is a matter of sheer sovereignty. Brazil understands that the United Nations should not only be at the center of the discussions on AI, but at the center of any decision-making initiative. We advocate for an open, equitable, and inclusive dialogue, always acknowledging every country's needs and priorities. We believe that the implementation of the Global Digital Pact should be at the core of our roadmap. During the Brazilian presidency of the G20 last year, we discussed how artificial intelligence can help to reduce asymmetries and narrow the gap between developed and developing countries, in addition to information integrity and other critical challenges. We also launched an initiative on information integrity and climate change with UN and UNESCO. For the upcoming COP30 later this year, which will take place in Brazil, in Belém, in the north of Brazil, It's key to address the intersection between sustainability and digital technologies. We are also bringing this discussion on AI within the BRICS as one of the priorities of the Brazilian presidency in 2025. Global South countries will need to be heard if we want to reach sustainable solutions for long-lasting problems and avoid a new digital divide among countries of different development level. Brazil is already moving to harness this technology to leverage our economic and social development through the Brazilian Plan for AEI. Our National Congress has also been working on a comprehensive bill that will provide a regulatory framework to ensure the safe and reliable use of AI in Brazil and allow that the economic benefits generated by this new scenario to be distributed to the whole society instead of amplifying the concentration of power and wealth. A just, peaceful, and sustainable world depends on our capacity of harnessing the benefits of new technologies, but also restraining the exacerbation of political and economic power that may stem from them. These goals are not contradictory. They must unite our countries and drive our efforts. Brazil is open to build this path together to promote a cooperative dynamic and prevent further fragmentation of the global digital order. I hope I have answered your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I'm coming to you, Director General Ngozi. Maybe I would ask to you, what are the challenges related to AI and international trade, in particular to ensure a level playing field? And maybe what are the opportunities? Because we feel, by the way, that AI is also an opportunity. So please.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm very pleased to be on the same panel with both the President and His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and my fellow panelists here. I want to say that the way we look at AI governance, it depends on the balance between the opportunities and the risks. So it's very important to look at what are those opportunities, what are the challenges and the risks in order to guide the way that we approach the governance. Otherwise, we could tilt too much to one side or the other in terms of regulation. So from the point of view of the World Trade Organization, we tend to see quite a lot of opportunities with AI. I think we see AI actually helping countries of the global south, developing countries, to be able to prosper and grow faster. We see opportunities for increased productivity and investment in almost all the fields, in agriculture, and this is being proven in health, in education, in manufacturing. We see AI changing the nature of products that we trade, changing products, but also adding new products. And I think we see the opportunity for this to increase trade. So that's the first point I want to make. In fact, a study by Pricewaterhouse shows that AI could lead to the addition of $16 trillion to the global economy by 2030. So we tend to be a bit on the positive side on this. The second thing that we see from the trade front is a reduction in trade costs. The cost of trade logistics, but also the regulatory costs, better communication with customers, reducing trade costs tends to lead to increased trade growth. And the third point I want to make on the opportunities is that our analysis shows that if we could get near universal adoption of AI, it could really increase trade by up to 14 percentage points from this trend growth we have in trade. This is huge, double-digit increases, and the analysis shows that a lot of that would not just be in the developed countries, but also in emerging markets and developing countries, which supports the first point that I made on the opportunities there are for AI. On the other hand, if we have uneven adoption, that is the countries of the global south are left behind, the benefits of this AI diminish significantly and inequality deepens. So that's it. On the challenges side, of course, when you look at developing countries, unless we can solve some of the problems of the digital divide that were referred to earlier by previous speakers, we will have problems. Africa, 600 million people don't have access to electricity. So if you don't have basic infrastructure, electricity, you don't have internet connectivity, then adopting AI becomes a monumental challenge. And if you don't have the proper regulatory frameworks, so we have to pay strong attention to that, as well as the necessary skills to deal with it. The other challenge that we see is regulatory fragmentation. Our analysis shows that if we have very, very different ways of regulating an AI and governing AI, and this results in the impeding free data flows. As you know, this depends a lot on free availability and flow of data. This could lead to global losses in trade of up to 1.7% from trend, and even to global GDP losses of up to 1%. So we've tried to model these things. So all the evidence points to the fact that the world is better off by trying to ensure that both the developing countries and the global south and north benefit from AI. Otherwise, we lose. And I think this has a lot to say about the way that we govern AI. So at the end, I think basing our governance on the Global Digital Compact that was put together, making sure that there's cooperation between organizations and institutions. For example, at the WTO, people will not know, but we have an agreement that allows tariff-free flow of trade for all the kinds of equipment that are used, the hardware that underpins AI, $3 trillion worth of goods. This is saying a lot. So feeding in, having global institutions, having an inclusive global governance, I think we totally share in that perspective because of the balance of opportunities and the balance of challenges and what that means. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you take the time to visit a bit the Grand Palais, you will see first some artistic exhibition, and then 50 very promising projects that were selected by the Paris Peace Forum. And that's not a coincidence. That's because, yes, we do consider in France that there are a lot of opportunities, but we have to make them becoming realities. Innovation doesn't automatically turn into progress. And if we don't discover, encourage, reward, promote, sometimes finance the good uses of AI, they will have an unfair disadvantage. So that's not a coincidence if we did take a part of the place of the Grand Palais to show artists and promising projects.
Can I say something? I know it's good to interrupt, so we're having a conversation. I think making it real is very important. And I think there's one area, you know, trade, you can actually see the applications in terms of reducing costs. I want to recommend that people read our report called Trading with Intelligence. I'm not trying to sell it, but it has a number of real-world applications of how AI can help improve our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'm going to Anna. And Anna, tu m'as dotir, sorry.
Try one more time.
Tu m'as dotir. I don't speak Icelandic. Sorry. So Anna, as I told, is a chair of Creative Commons. The geeks in the room knows very well Creative Commons. Maybe you could briefly explain what is Creative Commons for the non-geeks. And I would like to start with a question regarding the role of civil society in this development.
Absolutely. Show of hands in the room, who has heard of Creative Commons? Okay, next show of hands. Who identifies as civil society? See, this is intentional. This is how you structured the summit. My final question. Who identifies as a geek? Okay, all right. So we're working with some friendly faces. Creative Commons, for the handful of hands that did not go up, is the international organization behind the CC licenses that powers online sharing, open sharing online. And so what these licenses do is they allow anyone anywhere to say, I made this, and I want everyone to benefit from it under these conditions. So there's a set of 6 licenses, and there's a public domain tool. And after I explain this to you, you will go online and you will see us everywhere. It is the hidden infrastructure layer for legal sharing on the open web. And open source is a lot in the news these days, open source software. Think about that extra layer that you and I can work on when we're not sitting and coding. Poetry, art, science, educational materials. Anything can have an open license that can benefit society. Now that I'm done enthusiastically plugging Creative Commons, I will talk about the role of civil society. And I think it's exactly this, right? It's the smaller groups that are on the ground, working with people, bringing a human voice to the discussion. And I really do mean it, that it is clear that the summit was intentionally designed to lift the voices of civil society, to include us in these dialogues. Because when you think about it, if you are in a room with only the people who are building the technology and who are regulating the technology, something is missing, right? Someone is not there. And especially as humans who would like this technology to work for us and not on us, it is very critical that we organize, that we come together, and that we be given space in venues like these. I'll be very interested to see what comes out of this summit in terms of collaboration and what we can continue to build on the road to Kigali in early April at the AI Africa Summit there. So when it comes to thinking about global AI governance, I was actually talking to a fellow civil society person earlier, Janet Haven from Data and Society. And she pointed out, this is such a misnomer. We need to think about how we collaborate on AI governance, but don't try to achieve global AI governance, because there are different needs in different contexts for different sectors, for different people, different languages. As you heard Henri, my French is great, trying to pronounce my last name. I come from a country with only 370,000 people. That means there's not that many more people that speak that language. And when ChatGPT was first released and Icelanders asked who is the president, it was wrong. We're not surprised by this. It did not take into account the language and the context and the sense of place. And so these are also the areas where smaller groups can come and lift up the needs that we as humans will have in these types of dialogues. So ensuring that we are present at the table is probably the most important thing that civil society can do, because we show up and we smile and we put on our grown-up clothes, we leave our geek clothes at home, and we try and lend some public interest values to the dialogue. I think maybe the final thing that I would think about here is when we are considering this human-centered approach and the voices that civil society can bring, I think it equally has to be a planet-centered approach, because we, the humans, we don't have a planet B. And so we need to make sure that whatever, yes, I agree, we can applaud that. We do need to work together on this. And so yes, let's just ask ourselves, when we are now going to be invited into these rooms with the builders and with the regulators, what is the next right thing that needs to be done so that this technology can work for collective benefit?
Thank you very much, Hannah. And I thank every speaker because you were as short as promised. So I have the opportunity to offer to you the opportunity to deepen a bit the first question. Je vais vous proposer de 1 ou 2 minutes.
Now I'm going to give you 1 or 2 minutes Just to go back to what you said earlier, we're going to start with you, Mr. President. You talked about sustainable development and fundamental needs, and you also told us how AI was at the heart of all the discussions in the African Union under your presidency. Could you maybe tell us a little bit more about this issue? Well, thank you very much for giving me the floor once again. Now, everything has pretty much been said in one way or the other, but practically speaking, I'd like to ask you, for all countries in AI, to regulate the use of AI and to protect citizens from risks as much as possible. That's my call to AI leaders. I see that there is more and more investment in research to use AI in areas such as cybersecurity, individualized medicine, and energy use. I would like to talk about my country, which is part of Africa, and we too are focusing on these matters, and we also believe that we need to take into account all the upsides of AI and listen to the people who have worked on such issues. And we are very much at the beginning of our journey, but we are harnessing AI. Our objective is to use AI in the field of education, because, as you know, the African Union has adopted a plan for 2063, and we have in our country adopted one for 2030. Therefore, we need to have the right infrastructure in place, especially in the field of education. We need to do our utmost to have the right kind of infrastructure, and the private companies that are in the field, in the digital field, need to also do their fair share. We have laws on communication, on electronic communication, and we're currently working on a new bill for digital trade. My country is an active member of the African Alliance that works on AI governance in Africa. So this is an objective that needs to be supported by all. Everybody needs to make their contribution, because it's for the development of our countries. It's about our future and about our legacy for future generations.
I'm going to you, Minister. You did clearly open the topic of the connection between democracy, regulation, and those companies, and with sovereignty, because you did mention, you were the first to mention this word. Can you give us one more idea regarding the question on how to ensure that major democratic principles are properly taken into account in the AI governance?
Well, thank you very much to come back to this very important point. And it's very good to be part of this panel, because you have the vision of governments as Mr. President of the Comoros, myself speaking on behalf of Brazil, and Dr. Ngozi as the Secretary General of a very important multilateral organization, which is the WTO, which for Brazil is essential, very important, to regulate trade, and we need more and more of that. And also having the private sector, which is very important. For us, it's very important to have a large and important discussion taking into account the positions of the social society. We have had last year the presidency of the G20, where we engaged the civil society in the discussions. The groups of engagement were very active through all the year and through all the different aspects of the discussion in each ministerial meeting, and there were something like 15 ministerial meetings. There were more than 100 working groups, and of course the summit, which took place in Rio de Janeiro by the end of the year in November. We believe that all voices have to be heard, and the discussion has to be very inclusive. And we believe that the discussion about artificial intelligence has to take into account all countries, and it has to be inclusive. For us, this discussion has to be in the center of the United Nations, and as I said before during my intervention, any agreement, any binding agreement has to take into account the difference of each country. We cannot, AI cannot be monopolized by a few countries. We have many examples of agreements of this kind in the past. It has to be something that all countries have access, because it's such an important instrument. And it can, of course, include millions or billions of people in different countries through being used to education, to health, to science, all fields that are important to government, especially in a developing country like Brazil. And we believe that, of course, this discussion has to take into account the particular aspect of each country, and of course, the structure, the legal structure of the different countries. And as I said before too, what is illegal offline is also illegal online and in different countries. So I think it's a very important discussion that we are having here yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and thank you very much for this invitation.
Thank you. I can say publicly that we consider, like you, that if a country that cannot impose the decision of the citizen is not a democracy anymore. If we cannot decide to protect privacy, for example, we are not a democracy anymore. So democracy needs sovereignty. We are on the same line. Director Ngozi?
If you allow me, this is exactly our position. We have to protect the individuals and the society.
Director Ngozi, you did open the door for my next question. You did mention the World Trade Organization report and the necessity to coordinate with other international organizations. So we know as diplomats the complexity of the landscape of international organizations. Do you have any advice regarding the necessity of working together? And,
Well, thank you, Henri, very much. That and building on what the minister just said and what Anna, I'm very worried about regulatory fragmentation. You know, I mentioned it. Every country is concerned about how they're going to regulate this AI. And if we have different types of regulation in every country, it's very fragmented. And it's very difficult for individuals, for businesses, to be able to navigate. So how do we become inclusive and mindful of the legal perspectives of each country and their wants and desires, but at the same time have a regulatory landscape that doesn't block innovation or doesn't block products from being developed and traded, like I said? That is the big question. And I actually wanted to ask Anna whether she doesn't worry about this, because what we see is a lot of fragmentation. Different countries or regions with different approaches. How will business navigate? I don't have the answer except through collaboration and cooperation. So it comes to your question. We strongly believe that we need a continuing dialogue and that we need to build on what has been, if you look at the Global Compact, this Digital Compact, it's really a lot of work has gone into it. But we need to build on that, to involve organizations talking to each other and talking to governments. We need collaboration, otherwise it's not going to work. How do we do it? Are we going to develop fora that meet regularly and make sure that we all talk to each other, all those who have something to do with regulation? I think we need to think carefully about that.
Thank you. In 2 minutes, I have a last question for Anna.
I don't know, she asked me a question
Yeah, but
too.
they're the same. Are there lessons to learn from the story of Creative Commons? Because I know that there are. Please.
Yeah, well, so it's interesting you bring this up about regulatory fragmentation, because the story of the CC licenses is interesting from this perspective. The first version was released in 2002, and copyright is not the same all over the world. There are some shared conventions and similarities and so on, but there are differences in different countries' legislation. And first, when the licenses were being localized, they were being ported and adapted to those jurisdictions that they were being adopted in. And it wasn't until the fourth version of the licenses in 2014 that we found a way to communicate, here's the global standard. Anywhere in the world where you see a CC 4.0 license, you'll know what it means. Because essentially, you launch something, and then you see how might it work in different contexts, and then what is the shared thing that rises to the top? How can you make this globally understandable and globally applicable, but useful in different ways in different places? And so I think that's one of the interesting backgrounds with CC. The others is that when they launched, the ideals of giving people choice on the internet, you now have a choice for how you're going to share your work, and sharing it openly, those were perfectly aligned. But today, with all of what is happening with data scraping, mining, gathering, whatever term you want to use, people don't feel like they have a choice or agency anymore as much in the online content ecosystem. And we're hearing stories of people who have dedicated their careers to open science and sharing their research findings openly for reproducibility purposes, saying, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. And so one of the things that we are going to have to think about when we think about global AI governance is, what can we do to make sure that people are equal participants in the system, equal beneficiaries in the system, and that open solutions can continue to have a public benefit?
Thank you. And thank you all distinguished panelists. I hope that we did open new venues and share new ideas. And thank you for your presence. Goodbye.
And thank you, Henri, for this expertly moderated panel. What a perfect way to end the conversation on how we can move from fragmentation to collaboration in leading into the next conversations where we're going to be talking about AI ecosystems and then moving on to AI for public interest. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving our panel another round of applause. We'll now take a 15-minute transition break, and after that, we'll be back for scaling competitive and sustainable AI ecosystems across the globe. And welcome back, everyone. Our next session is titled Scaling Competitive and Sustainable AI Ecosystems Across the Globe, and will address the intersection of AI development and sustainability. Now, as AI innovation accelerates, much of the focus has been on the performance. But the side that we fail to look at is how it is actually being developed. It's requiring more and more resources, and that is exactly what this next discussion is going to focus on. How development of AI can be modeled right next to, in parallel with sustainability. The discussion will incorporate perspectives from governments, international organizations, entrepreneurs, as well as scientists, and will be moderated by the dynamic Roxanne Varza. Please join me in welcoming her and her panelists to stage.
Thank you, everyone. It's great to be here. It's great to be able to launch the panel for scaling competitive and sustainable AI ecosystems. Just to give a little bit of context, I think it's no shock that with the rapid development of AI, there's a lot of concerns about its impact and a lot of feelings that it's very resource intensive, as debatable as that may be. And so AI could naturally contribute to the solution, but people are very concerned about the path to get there. So this panel is going to be about exploring innovating in a more sustainable way. And it's my pleasure to be able to introduce our very distinguished panelists. So next to me, I have Minister Yoo Sang-im, who's the Minister of Science and ICT from South Korea. Welcome.
Thank you.
We have CEO of AMD, Lisa Su. We have the Director General of the Global Green Growth Institute, Sang-Yup Kim. Welcome.
Thank you.
We have the CEO of Capgemini, Ayman Ezzat. Welcome. And we have senior researcher at the Distributed AI Research Institute, Nyaleng Morosi. Welcome. So, Minister, I'd like to start with you. I think I mentioned it a little bit in the context of why we're having this discussion, but obviously AI has the potential to greatly disrupt resources, but also to contribute to optimizing them. What's your take on that? How do you reconcile the two when we talk about AI?
Well, actually, your question is a little bit different from the original one. You're talking about the power consumption, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Actually, power consumption due to AI is rapidly increasing. You may know that all. Recent studies have shown that the implementation of AI systems can increase power consumption up to tenfold. Moreover, researchers have found that AI systems worldwide now consume as much electricity as an entire nation. We cannot utilize AI without energy, and AI can help improve energy efficiency. As such, the inseparable relationship between AI and energy presents a complex challenge. Earlier, I emphasized the importance of balanced AI policies. In a similar context, we need policies that first minimize the adverse effects of AI while maximizing its positive impacts. To reduce AI's energy consumption, we need to develop technologies that decrease power usage. In Korea's case, we are developing low-power, high-performance AI semiconductors and related hardware and software technologies specialized for AI. Furthermore, the Korean government, together with the private sector, plans to implement these low-power, high-performance AI semiconductors in the National AI Computing Center. We expect this to both promote AI innovation and reduce energy consumption. Additionally, the Korean government is supporting data centers in switching to eco-friendly and energy-efficient systems by providing consulting and testing programs. Next, I would like to discuss ways to maximize positive impacts such as energy efficiency through AI utilization. I believe it is crucial to develop technologies that utilize AI for energy management optimization. Korea has been applying AI to the power industry since 2018. In early days, AI was mainly used to optimize the operation and maintenance of power assets. However, these days, its applications have expanded to include power grids and the retail sector. The limitation of energy resources is a global challenge, as energy issues caused by AI are not limited to any single country. They should be discussed at a global level. This summit places a strong emphasis on sustainable AI. In particular, I believe the Coalition for Sustainable AI, which was proposed as a concrete action at this summit, marks a crucial starting point. Korea has decided to participate in the Coalition for Sustainable AI. I hope this summit will serve as a catalyst for strengthening international efforts and cooperation for sustainable AI development going forward. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And yes, you're absolutely right. The Coalition for Sustainable AI will be detailed and announced formally tomorrow. But Lisa, I'd like to come to you now. I do feel that a lot of times in the private sector, there can be this feeling that sustainability may slow us down, may make us less performant, may make us less innovative. I'd love to know what's your take, and maybe tell us, how does AMD approach this situation?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thank you so much for having us. This is a wonderful summit here in Paris, bringing together all of the global participants in this important field. Let me start maybe with two sides of the coin. So first of all, in terms of why is there so much excitement and drive around the scaling of AI? At AMD, our focus is on, pushing the bleeding edge of performance for high-performance computing. And if you look at where we are today, it's clear that to enable AI, you require computing as a foundation, and compute actually will enable all of the innovation that is part of AI, including both productivity, science, all kinds of capabilities. Now, back to how do we think about it in the private sector? Sustainability and performance and capability are not at odds. Frankly, you need to do both. Today in computing, we actually put the efficiency of our compute at an equal, if not higher priority than performance or cost, because frankly, at the end of the day, that efficiency will limit how much we can scale systems going forward. One example I can give you is when we think about silicon systems, it's really about holistic design. How do we design silicon software systems, applications together? And we made a pledge a few years ago to actually improve the efficiency of our solutions by 30x in 5 years. And when we started it, we actually weren't sure how exactly we would achieve it. But when you put ambitious goals in front of great teams and innovative teams, you can actually do much more than you expect. And so that's just an example of what I believe together as an industry we can do when we put sustainability at the same priority as our other performance and other commercial goals.
Wonderful. And maybe to kind of tag on that a bit, I'm going to come to you because you guys work with such a broad range of clients on a global level. And obviously, you're helping a lot of these clients deploy AI, and a lot of it's for productivity. But is sustainability part of the discussion? Is it a concern? What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Thank you for having me. And again, I think it's an important topic, both the development and AI, but how do we address sustainability challenge? So I'd like to start with some positive examples in terms of how actually AI has a positive impact on sustainability. So I'll give an example. We have worked with one of our partners, Schneider, to deploy an energy command center across all our facilities in India. So in about 13 cities, 40 facilities, lodging about 170,000 people. With that energy command center, which is dotted with a lot of AI to help manage energy automatically across all our facilities, we have been able to reduce energy consumption by 29% in 1 year. Another example, we have been working with a number of clients around how to drive energy efficiency in manufacturing. And some of them in heavy industries have been quite tremendous about achieving 20–25% efficiency in some factories. So there are clear examples where you can really leverage AI to be able to drive energy efficiency and hence counter a bit that image that is only consuming energy. And last but not least is we have actually published a paper today around Gen AI. We have developed a new methodology around the development of proteins to be able to accelerate with much less data, using up to 99% less data, development of new proteins. And with that, we have applied it already to plastic, and we have been able to increase efficiency in terms of plastic degradation by 60%. So very positive examples around how this is applied. Now, of course, on the other side, the consumption is definitely there. And especially when you go to Gen AI, it consumes even 4 times more energy than traditional AI. So the consumption is ramping up. But you have to counter it with the innovation. And I think what my strong conviction is that the level of innovation we are getting, so Lisa talked about it, what we're doing around the chips, but overall, we have some of the large partners who run large data centers have been able to increase in the last 3 to 4 years efficiency in terms of water consumption, energy consumption by up to 30% in data centers. Okay, and that's just in a matter of 4 or 5 years in terms of focus on it. We have seen as well that more and more we start to see smaller models. The smaller models, which are not the big models, are much more efficient and give better results because they are focused on the specific results. So I consider that we are able to achieve that, but we need to have transparency. So for example, in France, l'École Normale Supérieure just launched observatory on AI to be able to measure the impact of AI with data sets provided by the different companies. And we have supported them in terms of doing that, and that will enable to create transparency. So we don't talk about the potential impact of AI, but actually measure its impact. Also, the announcement around the initiative around the Coalition for Sustainable AI, which we'll be part of, is another good example of what we need to do to be able to monitor what's happening at the same time as we are innovating around how to increase the efficiency around use of AI.
Wonderful, and only because you brought it up, I'll just highlight that Capgemini, alongside most of the other organizations represented here, is joining the coalition, and so you'll hear more about that tomorrow. Nailing, I'd like to come to you now for a research perspective. How can research contribute to more sustainable AI development, and where do you feel today we're lacking or failing?
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for this invitation. And it's really wonderful for some of us to get to communicate with you all at this level. So when it comes to researchers, there's a new set of guidelines, actually, that a bunch of researchers just released. So this is from a perspective of researchers. The Green Screen Alliance, they released like 15 guidelines that they think, we ought to follow. One of them was really striking to me, and that was develop AI within our means, within our global means. And it's actually really crazy that we have to get to a point where we speak about AI like that, where we're now measuring up to like the global resources. But I think it's actually a really valid point, because it was only when we got to the moment of running out of data that we started to think of how do we innovate, right? We had to hit some walls. It was only when we got to the point of, oh, we're running out of energy, oh, towns are running dry from the water, right? That we start to say, maybe this is not the way to build. And this is actually very weird, I think, from the perspective of computer science, because computer science and the whole practice of developing an algorithm is to optimize, right? You build any solution that doesn't have optimization within it. I mean, this is like fundamental to the building of algorithms. That is not a solution by definition. Like if you have to brute force, you have to impart some intelligence. And I think we can all agree that the most intelligent system is one that uses and efficiently uses the resources that it has. So what do we have to do now from a research perspective? Research is wonderful, I think now, and I think it's going to get even better. Because we are now, so there are two parts to what we think about in machine learning. We think that the study of machine learning, right, is the study of finding solutions. And in order to find solutions, you have to explore the problem space. Once you find something that is likely, you exploit it. I think we have gone on the very large. We have gone really far on the systems where we extract and extract and extract. And now we're realizing that we have to have a breakthrough for us to actually have those systems become efficient. And so now we're getting a lot of research on how to learn with little data, right? How to optimize models, right? Which other architectures should we look at in order to learn as well as possible? And results are coming out. There's so many papers that are coming out right now where really smaller, much smaller models are doing much better because of the architectures that they're using. Like general models are doing so much better because of the architecture, and also really because somebody in that team went out and found informative data. Because you need both. Like right now, we've just been saying, take the internet and throw it into the machine and you'll get magic. But slowly we're going back to the principles, which is build with efficiency and build with good data. So I'm quite excited about the research in the next coming of years.
I love it. And how much does the financing impact research?
I mean, right now, money is everything. It's great. We're on the panel with AMD. Maybe AMD is going to give us some money. I'm kidding. But anyway, I mean...
Very, very happy to do so.
Yay! Okay, wonderful. Money is everything. Money really is everything, because currently the companies that have the most amount of money, right, the big tech companies, they are in a competition. Right, they are in a competition, the AGI competition, to build the biggest and hopefully best model, which means they all have the copy, this almost the same copy of the data, right? They have copies of the internet, they have the big models, they have the big data centers, right? Everybody is running their own thing because they're in competition. Perhaps if we were really building for humanity, we would have one data center and we would have all this intelligence together, not competing. And the people who are running all these companies, a lot of them, I mean, for example, Anthropic was started by people from OpenAI. OpenAI was started by people from Google, right? So you have like the same people and they could just, if really what we wanted to do was not necessarily to make money, it was to build real, even I don't really believe in AGI, but if we actually wanted to build AGI, then they would be all together and we would have this intelligence. But money is the thing that allows a diversity of people to build. And in the diversity of people is a diversity of intelligence and creativity. And machine learning as a discipline has borrowed from electrical engineering, from philosophy, from physics, from psychology, from anthropology, right? From ecology. We have borrowed from such a diversity of skills. But right now what we're doing is the people who have money are directing the research and we are only looking at one place. And like I said, we literally had to hit the wall of the end of resources for us to rethink. That doesn't sound like a very innovative situation.
It doesn't. Thank you. I'm curious if anyone has a diverging opinion. No, it seems like everyone's in agreement. Director Jen, I'm going to come to you now because it sounds like there's a lot of consensus so far about the necessity of sustainability, and we have to double down on this, and there's different ways to get there. But I'm wondering, is the most effective way to achieve this through global cooperation? Is there another way? What are your thoughts about this?
Well, that's a great point. But first of all, I am so grateful. This is a wonderful gathering. Fantastic. Well, let me briefly tell you about GGGI. GGGI is a rather young international organization established 2012 with just a handful like-minded countries, but it has now grown into 49 member countries with more than 29 partners. We have more than 40 offices around the world with 700 dedicated people. We have run more than 200 projects around the world, mobilizing at least $10 billion US, but not big enough to look at the magnitude of the problem. But we are one of the fastest growing international organization that is based in Korea, Seoul, Korea. I am from Seoul, Korea. Having said that, the first AI shock given to me was 2016, about 10 years ago, when the Google DeepMind made a kind of challenge match between human Lee Sedol, the world Go champion, and the machine AlphaGo AI, which plays Go. Go is a very ancient Eastern strategic game, but which is very, very complex, much more complex than chess. Knowing the complexity, I thought the human would win over the machine. But on the contrary, Lee Sedol lost the game by 3-2-1. But come to think of it, it was not a fair game from a standpoint of energy consumption. AlphaGo, deploying thousands of CPUs and GPUs, it spent more than at least 10,000 times of the human brain's usage of energy. And on top of that, now we are talking about ChatGPT. ChatGPT is spending more than 10 times of energy than Google search. You know how big the energy demand would be in the very near term. According to the new statistics, U.S. Electricity needs will go up annually 25% by 2026, and about half of that would be about to feed data center. And I don't think baby drill baby can feed that electricity demand. This year marks 10th anniversary of Paris Climate Agreement. For that, I really respect France to achieve that historic agreement, but he did it again. He announced withdrawal of that agreement again. But how can you? Well, my country first, or self-serving interest first, would not serve the global interest for all of us. So to counter this kind of unilateral self-serving interest, we need to create a bigger coalition, bigger global cooperation platform. That's why GGGI is gladly and enthusiastically to join the Sustainable AI platform that will be done tomorrow, I think. And it is not just about cooperation, it is about setting standards, setting new norms and values and directions. It is also about shared standardization. And GGGI will stand at the forefront of it. And I will take, I can talk more about it if I'm given another chance, because I think I have spoken a lot. Right.
Wonderful. So just for our understanding, though, there's no other way, in your opinion, than through global cooperation to arrive at the outcome that we're seeking. Minister, I want to come back to you. Just kind of following up on what we just heard, should sustainability be left to the private sector for them to, quote unquote, innovate their way out of it? Or should the public sector really get behind it? What do you think? What can the public sector actually do?
Yeah, the question is also very heavy. I'm very much impressed by other panel members. They memorize everything, but I am the Minister of Science and ICT in Korea. I do not have that kind of memory. So I summarize here, okay. Well, she's asking me what is the public sector, right, help set up the stage for a sustainable and innovative AI ecosystems. Well, while rapid development in AI technology is expected to bring remarkable benefits to human society, it also causes negative impacts such as environmental issues and social inequality. If you pursue technological innovation while ignoring these concerns, it could harm the sustainability of the AI ecosystem. That's why a balanced development is crucial. In this context, we discussed measures to promote sustainable AI development in the AI Seoul Summit held last year. I'd like to speak about 3 key roles of government sharing Korea's efforts in this regard. First, we must establish balanced regulations and policies. Korea has recently enacted its AI Basic Act, becoming the second country to do so after the EU. This legislation strikes a balance between AI innovation and trust building, and it establishes an important foundation that promotes innovation. Furthermore, we last year presented both a national blueprint for strengthening AI competitiveness and policy directions for sustainable AI development. Additionally, the Korean government is pursuing the enactment of a special act on the national power grid to address increasing AI power demands. Second, governments must expand infrastructure necessary for private sector's AI development and utilization, including public data and AI computing systems. The Korean government has maintained its first place position in the OECD Open Useful Reusable called our Data Index for 4 consecutive evaluations. Moreover, to address the private sector's computing infrastructure shortage, we plan to establish a national AI computing center this year. Third, governments must strengthen AI education and nurture core talent for innovation and sustainability. Korea is implementing AI education policies that meet the demands of the AI era, from expanding AI education in primary and secondary schools. Furthermore, we are implementing AI ethics education for the general public to promote proper AI use. For social and economic sustainability, we also need policies that ensure AI benefits are evenly distributed and prevent digital divides. Korea has recently enacted the Comprehensive Digital Inclusion Act. We hope that Korea's proactive, inclusive policies can spread throughout the world. Thank you for listening.
Wonderful, thank you. I think there's a lot of good examples in there. I'm going to come back to you, Director General, faster than you probably expected.
Thank you.
But to let you also tell us a little bit about, you touched on the coalition, you touched on this idea of kind of global collaboration. you touched on the fact that maybe some people are pulling back. What could go wrong? What are going to be the big challenges that lie ahead of getting everybody aligned?
Well, the climate change is a global commons, and we need to encourage global actions, and we need to encourage cooperative actions together. So, well, I have talked about the rather negative part of AI's energy consumption. This time I'd like to focus on this sort of bright, innovative dimension of AI, which is GGI is going to take advantage of. GGI is now developing AI assistant. As I said, GGI is a partnership-based organization, and we have embedded offices in partnering countries as governments. And by having GGI Google AI assistant, we are gathering internal and external data from partnering countries. And with the fast learning capability of AI, we can take advantage of the Article 6 of Paris Agreement, which is encouraging international cooperation in the name of ITMO, internationally transferred mitigation outcome. So AI can role of matchmaker by data collection and data analysis that could be disseminated fairly, inclusively to our member countries. So AI can speed up climate actions and environmental friendly projects that would contribute to greenhouse gas reduction. And also we are now in the process of developing digital MRB registry, which can be measurable, reportable, variable, and verifiable registry. That is to make sure we are really disciplined when it comes to environmental impact and climate footprint. So to make AI and digital MRB work together, I am sure we can strengthen our coalition, and that can be shared with many other international organizations. Actually, tomorrow I'm going to have a meeting with the head of the OECD and IEA. So this is ultimately about collaboration to make things bigger and faster. That would be the way to deal with the pullback, I think. Thank you.
I love it. Thank you. Yes, we can applaud that. Super. Lisa, I'm going to come back to you now. Tell us a little bit about how important sustainable infrastructure and hardware will be as AI scales globally, and what does that look like for you?
Yeah, so, to all the comments that were made earlier, I think, sustainability of the AI infrastructure is incredibly important for all the reasons that were mentioned. And, what that means to us from I'll leave the policy matters to my policy experts here, but from a technology standpoint, what that means for us is a couple of things. First of all, I'm a big believer in there's no one-size-fits-all for computing and for AI as well. So this concept of, yes, there are a number of large labs that are going after AGI and going for the largest compute possible. I think that will always be there, and that is one race. But I think for everyone else who's participating in this global ecosystem, it's about choosing the right infrastructure and the right application for what you're choosing. And there will be small models and medium models, and there will be also many open models versus closed models. And each of those will have a different optimization point from a capability standpoint as well as a sustainability standpoint. So to your overarching point, I think considering sustainability as one of the primary points of choosing the right infrastructure is the case. The other thing I'll mention, since the Director General talked about the importance of collaboration. I think from a technology standpoint, there's also a huge opportunity for collaboration to move things forward. And from that, I mean open ecosystems. So the idea that there's no one company or one country that has all of the answers. We actually would like to encourage collaboration across ecosystems so that, for example, we can do innovation in hardware, others can add innovation in software and capabilities, others can add innovation at the application layer, and all of that, I think, will push innovation forward in a sustainable manner. So those would be my comments. Thank you.
Super. Ayman, I'm going to go to you. It's a little bit related to what we just talked about, the different types of models, and obviously we're seeing more and more energy-efficient models like DeepSeek, but not only. Is energy efficiency the indicator? Is that what everybody's going to start measuring and caring about? Is there going to be other indicators potentially?
No, so energy efficiency is definitely one, and I think DeepSeek is a good example. So first, it's not alone. A number of people have been working on trying to develop what we call lightweight models, which are models which can drive the same kind of results, but consuming less energy by being much smaller. And what DeepSeek has done is great from that perspective, is really to be able to showcase that. But you just had an announcement from French one, Mistral AI, on last Thursday about the fact that they developed a model that can be used on a mobile phone, what we call at the edge, which are going to be quite important to be able actually to deploy much more powerful AI models in smaller compute, in personal computers, in mobile phone, in cars, etc., and things like that. The second thing which I think are interesting around these models is the fact that in that case it's an open source model, which means there is more transparency around certain aspects, not on everything. But especially around, for us, which is important in our business, the weights, where you get the different weights of the different variables, which then allows you to go and fine-tune the model to make it much more efficient. And again, if we're able to do that, then it gets better results, and it consumes less power, and of course the clients get better results overall. So I think these new lightweight models will exist more and more. And in some cases, you need the big model which has been trained on the whole internet and the whole internet data to be able to get the results. But more and more, we'll see very specific models that are able to do that. And even you will have a layer of what we call agents, which will then decide which model to use to get the best result in the most efficient way. So it's getting more and more sophisticated over time. And I think this is the right way to go, is looking. That's where the ecosystems are important. We're working on the hardware, working on the water, working on the energy efficiency, but we're also working on how to get better models and make sure that we use the right thing in the right places to be able to consume the less resources possible. And beyond the sustainability part, the energy consumption, the other part we look at, which is as important, is the trust part around the models. Can I trust? And the trust factor is another important aspect that we have to look at the same time as we look at the sustainability aspect.
That's a very, very, very good point and a key point. Nyalang, I'd love your thoughts. And I also want to come back to something you mentioned earlier. You said if we were building AI very differently, if we're not worrying about performance, if we were worrying about really benefiting everybody, it would look very different. I'd love to kind of dig into that a little bit more. Tell us, what would it actually look like?
So I was speaking to that mostly in terms of we don't need these other duplications because all these other duplications require the resources. So if we were actually building for everybody, I would imagine it would be something like CERN, right? All the scientists of the world go to CERN and they build at CERN. That's why do we not have obviously CERN does AI, but something that is dedicated like that with all this funding. So I think that's really what I meant with that. I also spent quite a bit of time last year thinking about what does AI look like when we build for ourselves. And this came for me, I'm from Lesotho. I don't really meet a lot of my fellow countrymen in these AI spaces. But I've worked in many aspects of AI in government and tech companies in different, in different countries, in Europe, in America, in Africa, and I've observed that there is a specific way that I build when I build locally. When I build in Southern Africa or when I build within the African community. And so you actually do see, this sort of like, the way we optimize, we don't only, and I think when we're speaking about sustainability, we have to go beyond the environment, right? Because a thing is sustainable if it can work for multiple years, right? If it can use the resources now and be productive even as it goes, right? So I think one of the things that also do change when you build for yourself is the thinking around cost. If you are building for your own community, you're not going to be, depleting the electricity or the water or the what. When you're not going to be building systems that are vulnerable to privacy attacks. Like you care about that because these are your own things, right? And so really the whole entire infrastructure of how you construct these solutions look quite different. I remember we submitted a paper in 2021 and it was about something we had built in South Africa. And the reviews were like, this is not machine learning. This cannot be. And that's just because the problem space looked really different. And just not to take just a little bit more, I think one of the ways we build sustainably is to start with the problem, not start with the algorithm. I think a lot of the time, because the algorithms are so in vogue and they're so cool and they can do so much, we start with, I'm gonna get ChatGPT and then I'm gonna solve my problem, but does my problem require ChatGPT? So I think the idea, as the panel has said, the idea of being able to choose the model is going to live in, have you defined the problem? And are you building in a context you're familiar with? Because machine learning problems are optimized by data, but also by understanding the context. Because there is a limit to how you interpret and analyze and explain what the model did. You need context in order to be able to do that. So when I think about building sustainably, is to build appropriately, build appropriate solutions for the problems and for the communities. These models have to go out. They have to be deployable.
Wonderful. We have only a few minutes left. Yes, we can applaud that as well. I love that. Only a few minutes left. I'll take a few closing remarks, but Lisa, I also wanted to hear again from you. I mean, she just mentioned that if we were building differently, if we want to build sustainably, it would potentially, the way we'd be organized would be different, the results could be different. What are your thoughts on that? Would it look dramatically different from what we have today?
Well, I'd like to think about the power of the end in these types of questions. I think the comment that was made that there could be so much that could benefit from like a global lab. I think that's what I heard. If there was a global infrastructure where the top researchers could come and share infrastructure, share ideas, I think there's absolutely very good reason for such types of efforts. And I think you are seeing it in various parts of the world, that there are aggregation of efforts. Certainly some of the largest supercomputers are at research institutions for that reason. I think the other piece of it, though, from the private sector standpoint is it is about innovation by application. So back to this notion of we're trying to solve some of the world's hardest problems with AI, and I'm actually very optimistic that AI can be one of the major factors for us to accelerate the rate and pace of innovation. I think that is also very good, and the private sector should continue to do that as well. So my comment would be the power of the and is important. We need significant public investment and collaboration in aggregation of resources, but there's also very significant benefits of the private sector continuing to innovate as well.
Wonderful. Director General, you look like you want to make a comment.
Thank you for giving me another chance. Well, I must express deep gratitude to France, first of all, to make this wonderful summit, especially to launch the Coalition for Sustainable AI, which is really, really amazing. And GGI is willing to be a partner for that. If there's just one word to save ourselves in this turbulent time, I always think it is partnership. And I have a 5 P principles: private, public, philanthropic, and even planetary partnership. Our partnership should be open to all of us to make AI good for all of us. 5P, let's remember that. Let's make our partnership even bigger to beat that unilateral, self-serving interest. That's it.
That's excellent. Planetary partnership. I think we can end on that note. Thank you so much to our panelists. And also just to kind of conclude, I think clearly we've heard today that sustainability is incredibly relevant, incredibly necessary. And so we've mentioned the coalition a little bit. Stay tuned for tomorrow's announcement. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to our panelists.
Fantastic panel there. A lot was covered, from energy efficiency to new model development. But as Roxanne said, sustainability, collaboration is very much what's on the cards here. Another round of applause for our panelists. That was the panel on scaling competitive and sustainable AI ecosystems. We'll now take a 15-minute transition break, and after that, we're heading into a conversation on bending the arc of AI towards public interest. We'll see you back here. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our final session of the day, Bending the Arc of AI Towards Public Interest, a Resilient and Open AI Ecosystem. This panel will look into how AI can best serve society's needs. As I mentioned in the opening, we're here to talk about how AI can serve all of us, everywhere and everyone. The choices made by AI systems have a deep impact into society, determining who enters the workforce, shaping health and education outcomes, for example. To achieve the best outcomes, it's society, not algorithms, role to guide these decisions. Now, while promising, many public interest AI projects exist, some of which we've heard on this very platform, as well as in the auditorium and workshops throughout the day. These are very often too fragmented to achieve scale and reach. The session will explore how to make public interest AI a reality, scaling its impact and engaging all stakeholders. That's government, companies, and civil society. Our moderator for this session is the brilliant Martin Tighe. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving him and his panel a very warm round of applause.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for this panel. It's my great pleasure to kickstart the panel to invite His Excellency Prime Minister Orpo from Finland to make a speech. Prime Minister.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, dear guests. Let me first extend my thanks and congratulations to President Macron and the government of France to making this summit a reality. This is a landmark effort for building its own consensus on global cooperation on artificial intelligence. When looking from global perspective, AI is changing the way our societies function in many ways. France understands how AI is changing the world, and I believe that we in Europe need to do more. We can offer our own valuable input to the development of AI. Here you are showing the way forward, and it is very crucial for all of us. You are holding this summit here today. We Finns appreciate concrete actions, and this summit appears to do just that, making sure that the declarations are followed up with concrete initiatives. AI, critical technologies, and digitalization are in the center of my government's strategy, and it should also be for Europe. As we well know, the arc of AI began long before any of us were there to witness it. Generations of scientists have built on each other's discoveries. What makes our age special is that technological breakthroughs are now almost instantly combined with application at scale, and the time from the lab to the market is getting shorter and shorter. In this situation, for policymakers and those involved in AI governance, the ability to make the right decisions at the right time is critical. When technology moves faster, so should we. Finland has been no stranger to AI. We launched one of the first national AI strategies in 2017 and are committed to ensuring that AI serves our citizens and businesses. We have seen that public interest can be best protected when our societies and economies are involved in AI as broadly as possible. We need a whole-of-society approach to AI to guarantee a level playing field for innovation or to protect democracy and the rule of law. In the line with this, public and private sector investments are coming together in Finland to take AI research and application to the next level. Finland was recently chosen to host one of the 7 European AI factories, and we are already working to build next-generation pan-European supercomputers through Lumi AI. We are committed to building European competence and leadership in AI. These kinds of public infrastructures and resources should be accessible and open to the academia and the private sector. We believe this is the way to continue building world-class European AI ecosystem to support AI research, development and application. Quality data alongside open tools and models are also key to stimulate AI innovation. Instead of a race where only one can win, we should rather think about AI as a pitch where different teams can play on equal footing and score goals. We also should be achieving more with less resources, being cautious on the government, environmental and climate footprint of AI. In Finland, we have some of the most environment-friendly data centers, and we are strongly committed to ensuring growing capabilities do not harm the environment. One of the main challenges of AI governance is that science moves faster than politics. Surprise. This calls for increased sharing of policy standards and tools to ensure alignment of AI with our interests and values. In Europe, we have been forward-thinking in this regard and have been among the first to establish these standards. However, in a constantly changing environment, we must also ensure that we do not create unnecessary obstacles to the use of AI across all sectors. By building these remarks, I see our interest strongly aligning with the Charter on Public Interest AI and its principles of openness, accountability, participation and transparency. I can confirm Finland's commitment to the Charter, and we look forward to next steps in this implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So it's my great pleasure to announce the panelists for this session. Then I'll say a few words and then we'll start our conversation. So to my immediate left, we are delighted to welcome Amandeep Singh, who is Under Secretary General and the Secretary General's Special Envoy for Digital and Emerging Technologies. Welcome, Amandeep. Thank you for coming. Amandeep's left. We can all clap for Amandeep. To Amandeep's left, huge pleasure to welcome Abeba Bihane, the Director of the AI Accountability Lab at Trinity College. Thank you for being with us, Abeba. Abeba's left, Vilas Dar, President of the McGovern Foundation. Thank you so much for being with us. Janet Haven, Executive Director of Data and Society. Welcome, Janet. And finally, Clem DeLong, the co-founder and CEO of Hugging Face. Thank you so much for being with us. Okay, so this is the last session of the day. So we wanted to get you a session, a plenary session, as interesting and as engaging as possible. When I had the incredible good fortune of being named Envoy for Public Interest AI a little over a year ago, I was asking myself, how to take advantage of this incredible opportunity. It's not for lack of public interest projects. I think it's partly for lack of scale. So how do we get to a different scale working in the public interest when the private sector is working at a huge scale when it comes to AI? So that was the first challenge. The second challenge, which is linked, is one of fragmentation. On the public interest side, there's so much great work, but a lot of it isn't always aligned or coordinated. The work of different philanthropic foundations, for example, amongst others, the work of a number of different institutes, fragmentation. And then the third one was, no one really needs another project. There are other ways, there are better ways than a summit to announce a project. So we were really looking at what the enabling environment to encourage the development of public interest AI and what that is. So in speaking with the participants, the panelists, in preparing for this session last week, my strict recommendations from them was, okay, this is all good, but what we want to understand is where the tensions are. So we want to get into the detail of it. So my suggestion for all of us this afternoon is I'm going to list what I see as 4 or 5 tensions in the space and 2 or 3 opportunities. And for each one of these, I'm going to ask one of our esteemed panelists to kick us off and then to have a conversation and ask others to jump in. So if you'd like to jump in, just signal to me. And we'll do it that way and see how it goes. So the few tensions that we have, I think one of them, and I don't think necessarily everyone would agree with this. From my perspective, I don't think the world of AI should be divided between givers and takers, between givers of the technology and takers of the community, and of the technology. That strikes me to be a tension. The second one is between the global north and the global south. Like, what is the role of southern countries? We have been consulting far and wide. We had a contact group of 175 different government representatives, civil society organizations, corporates from all around the world. And this question really came back. What's the role of southern countries? How to think about that? So that's the second tension. I think the third one is the balance between when you're working in the public interest, mitigating harm, and at the same time unlocking opportunity. Is it possible to do both, or are they really quite distinct? I think that's the third tension. The fourth one is this critical question, which you've heard throughout the whole event, of openness and closed, open systems and proprietary systems. So I was fortunate to be at the Bletchley Park AI Safety Summit a year and a few months ago, and at the time the focus was very much on proprietary models, and open source was seen more as a threat to safety in some ways, generalizing. How do we think about that today? Fourth one. And the fifth one is, what is the relative importance of compute versus, for example, data in the space? I get asked time and time again the question of investments for this. You need hundreds of billions to be able to compete. But what are we talking about? Are we talking about money for compute, for data? And what do we need for the public interest? So those are sort of 5 tensions I think hopefully will be interesting and relevant for us to talk about to really get to some of the core of the issues. And then just briefly to finish, it seems to me that at least where we landed on the public interest track for the summit is looking at 3 opportunities. And again, I'll put that to the panel to agree, disagree, have a conversation. The first one is really more of a focus on accessibility and availability of data to power the models than has been the case to date. In privacy preserving in safe ways, but big, like really innovating when it comes to data as much as we've been innovating in other areas. So that's one. The second one is really investing in the open source AI ecosystem to make it as resilient as possible, to ensure that open tools are like seamlessly integrated and can really be used in awesome ways. And then the third one is the question of participation accountability and how to ensure that what we do and what we empower people to do when it comes to public interest AI is really focused on problems. So it focuses on what you want to solve, and then it works backwards to say, where is the technology helpful or not? Is AI relevant or not? Okay? So hopefully that will lay the grounds for a good discussion, potentially some agreement and disagreement, but you will be the judges. So on the first question, I'd love to turn to you, Amandeep, first, if that's okay, and then open it up. On this question that you've worked so much on the role of northern countries, the role of southern countries, how the world can come together or not when it comes to this challenge, what's your take?
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to applaud your leadership on this track. And I think by bringing public interest to the fore, you have kind of helped us step away from this futile debate on innovation versus regulation. Because when you align public interest with private or market-based incentives and private sector participation, then you step away from that artificial debate. Now, on your questions, I think it's not only an issue of North versus South, but it's also a question of divides in terms of opportunities and risks in all of our societies. And I submit to you that even the most advanced nations in terms of AI capabilities have that issue before them. The impact on work and jobs is just one example. You know, they are ill-prepared for what's coming. So you need global solidarity in terms of pushing forward the conversation on public interest. And we can look at it at various levels. It's almost like a ladder of public interest. And your question about safety and security is the floor, is the starting point. You know, you don't engineer things for non-safety. So that is our starting point, but it cannot be the end point. Obviously, the step after that is ensuring that these technologies do what they're supposed to do, their reliability, the evidence around their impact, especially for the Sustainable Development Goals, the larger public interest framework we have at the United Nations. And then going on from that, who's participating? Whose public interest are we protecting? And if these technologies are so powerful, they can change everyone's lives, does everyone have the participation opportunity to shape these technologies? And it's partly a question of governance, but most importantly, to your question, it's an issue of who's making and who's taking these technologies. So we need more enabling of solution making, participation through open source, access to enablers of the good things that are supposed to come from AI, but also participation in terms of managing the risks, the downside of these technologies.
Great. Thank you. So we're getting the conversation going. This is good. I see Vilas wants to jump in. Vilas.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, and thank you, Amandeep, for your wisdom. I agree entirely, but let me reframe that much less diplomatically. When I go around the world and I talk to people who are trying to solve local problems, the questions they ask aren't, what is a regulator going to do to constrain some tech company somewhere? They have core questions about safety as it affects their lives. They have questions about security, about privacy, about surveillance, but inevitably they come to a different question. They say, I note that in the global north, we have AI systems that manage how to get food from a vendor to their house in 15 minutes. How can I get a vaccine from the port it arrives to the person who needs it most? They say we have entire AI systems that are based on predicating and understanding weather effects. Why can't I find out what's happening with my mangroves that protect my community from floods? Who is investing in the kind of solutions that change my experience of AI in my life? It's easy to take that and turn it into those who have and those who have not. I would frame a different conversation. I would say, what's our shared and collective moral responsibility to build the tools that affect the lives of billions of people on the planet? The responsibility that's not just held by communities at the front lines of vulnerability, that's held by those who have capacity, those who have compute and data, those who have talent, but those who have benefited from a world order that has let them gather those resources. This isn't a conversation about moving resources. It's a conversation about a shared social contract, a new social contract, one that actually talks about the moral responsibility to build AI for public purpose.
Thank you, Vilas. Would anyone else like to jump in on that particular point?
Maybe I can jump in on that. You know, I agree that it is about a shared social contract. I think what's critically important is that we get specific about the ways that we enact that. And I think that that goes to the need for global standards in how we enact governance and how we enact accountability that are then implemented really at the national level, at local levels. And I think without that level of specificity and understanding that we're talking about data privacy, that we're talking about auditing ecosystems, that we're talking about impact assessment systems, that we can't really claim a social contract that works for everybody.
Thank you. And Abeba wanted to jump in, and maybe Clem afterwards. Abeba.
Yeah, so I will just add in, I absolutely agree with your point, Vilas, around shared responsibility, around the distribution of resources and so on. And we can't ignore the elephant in the room as we are talking about moral responsibilities, the elephant in the room being the massive, unprecedented power that big tech corporations and AI companies are amassing. So the responsibilities and benefits and harms are not distributed equally to begin with. And it feels like we are regressing, we are walking backwards. As earlier this year, we've seen companies like Meta walk back their pledges for fact-checking, DEI commitments, and so on. And just a few days ago, we've also seen Google also again walk back their pledge for responsible AI and their agreement to not use AI in military in war zones. So as we are talking about shared the moral responsibility around AI, we really cannot expect these massive companies that have gotten simply too big to care and too big to regulate to do the right thing, to do the moral thing, to do their share of responsibility out of the good of their heart. So as we are talking about responsibility, we also have to be concrete. We also have to get real around how do we ensure, how do we build infrastructures that allow the public, that allow civil society to hold some kind of agency, some kind of autonomy in how the technology is developed, in how can the regular everyday people shape the technology itself.
Thank you, Abeba. And we'll come back to the infrastructure piece.
Yeah, I totally agree with what everyone has been saying. I think the main divide is between AI builders and AI users. If we end up in a world where there are a few AI builders, mostly from Silicon Valley, building for billions of AI users, I think we're in trouble in terms of society, in terms of how we share not only control, but also value creation. And so if we can do anything to tilt that and end up in a world where we have more AI builders that are contributing with their values, with their way of thinking, with their cultural differences, I think we'll be in a much better place.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Can I jump in? I think I've said this before, that 6 or 7 innovating with AI for the SDGs are not going to move the needle. Maybe 70 million can. So I think this point is well taken, but how do we get to this kind of a democratic, open innovation system where you have millions of companies, innovators, researchers thinking about AI, applying AI? For that, we need a blueprint. Otherwise, the arc, as you know, we are talking about bending the arc. The arc is going in the direction of more money, more power for a few, and applications that are addictive, that make a lot of money for a few, but that are not going to solve our major societal public interest problems. So how do we get concrete about that? I think this summit is offering us the opportunity. The Global Digital Compact, the recommendation on AI that the high-level advisory body on AI came out with, they're offering us a blueprint, and we have to now muster the political will, muster the resources, to get behind those actions, set up the International Independent Scientific Panel, set up the Inclusive Policy Dialogue on AI Governance, invest heavily in capacity building, which hopefully the Public Interest Foundation will take forward so that we get to that goal of 70, 80 million innovators, researchers, not only building tech, but also looking at its impact, and as Vilas and Abeba have said, working with the communities to surface what is needed.
Thank you. The second tension is very similar to this one, right? Which is this question of, which I've heard so many times, people tell me, look, Martin, you need to understand the world of AI is going to be divided between givers and takers, and you need to be realistic, etc. So just before we move on, because this is in some ways the same topic, I just want to come back to you, Vilas, and then we can open up again on that question. I mean, Clem talks about the builders, how we can empower these builders throughout the world. You talked about the moral responsibility. From your vantage point, what does it look like to actually, if you agree from that point of view, what does it look like in practice to empower those builders, whether it's in Nigeria, Chile, Brazil, Indonesia, elsewhere? What does it look like?
Martin, we have this critical weakness as human beings, and I think it's also maybe a superpower. It's to look at the world as it is today and say, this is the inevitable future that we inhabit. That's the weakness. And we have a superpower, which is to look at the world it is today and say, we could build something else entirely if we wanted to. The world we have today is one that we've characterized quite effectively on this panel. Super concentrated power, technological capacity, the ownership of compute and data, a world where we see announcements of hundreds of billions of dollars going to innovate for profit. What purpose? Always a question. And yet, because that's the world we live in doesn't mean we can't do better. And I think probably I can speak, if you don't mind, for everyone on the panel, that we can do better. My personal view of that is to think about distributed capacity, to think about how we actually move both compute and data from a capital markets-driven perspective to one where we consider it a public asset, one where we are comfortable to think about public investment in building public resources, to think about talent not as merely something that comes out of elite institutions and gets hired by the private sector, but where we invest deeply in starting in kindergarten and first grade, skilling for a digital future, and creating the kind of economic opportunity where people with those skills can go to entities other than big tech companies and build local solutions. And finally, and I know you think of this as a very dear thing, as I do, to think about where we actually find a source of public vision for what that future looks like, that creates the shared values, the morals, the principles, the norms, that then allow us to align action, whether that's investment, whether it's the technology transfer that's necessary, whether it's building the local solutions, and whether it comes from the private sector or the public, to say there's a reason we're doing this, that purpose is maybe more important than profit.
Thank you, which goes to the crux of the public interest versus private interest divide. Before we move on from that topic, would anyone else like to jump on again? Going, gone? Abeba?
I'll quickly jump on. I agree with absolutely everything you've said, but also I would like to add, as well as not buying into the idea that everything is inevitable. That is really important. Nothing is written in stone. And as well as distributing capacity compute data, I think I would also add the fact that we have to kind of walk back and question the assumption that is so ingrained in the public space, the assumption that, we just need more AI, we need more capacity, we need more data. Sometimes what we need is actually no AI, and thank you. Sometimes what we need is to kind of scale back and question what is the purpose of this AI and what kind of, some kind of analysis around the benefits versus harms. Because a lot of AI that is kind of pushed into the market is hardly tested and vetted, and of course the AI spectrum is, very huge. As you move into some areas, you actually find a lot of AI that's pushed into the public. That is where a lot of compute data and resources is spent on, ends up doing more harm to the public, and most of the time not working as it's intended. And a lot of AI actually falls into this category that has been normalized, AI that's being used in surveillance, AI that has pseudoscientific foundations around, emotion recognition, various AI models that are making predictive models around social phenomena and so on.
Thank you, Janet. I see you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I'm going to come in after Abeba. We were talking about this before the panel. Building on that, and also Vilas's point about inevitability, I think another trope that we need to constantly contest in these conversations, particularly when we're talking about the public interest and social good, is the idea that AI does not solve intractable social and political problems. It can certainly be a tool to help advance those solutions, but the core of those solutions really come from political choices that individuals and communities and governments are making. And I think it can be really easy, thank you, it can be really easy to lose sight of that and to be sort of romanced by the power of the technology that we may believe is there. But I think coming back to the recognition that we can't rely on AI to solve social problems, and so as Martin said at the beginning, we need to think about the enabling environment and the way that AI functions within an enabling environment rather than rely on it as the solution itself.
Clem.
Yeah, I'll disagree a little bit here. I think I'm the only representing from the private sector here. And I think one beauty and one of the reasons why the private sector is driving most of the progress in AI today is because, sure, we can debate all day about like what is good, what is not good, what we should do, what we shouldn't do. But I think it's really important that public organizations, academics, policymakers don't give up on building AI themselves, you know, and learn themselves to understand this technology. And if you really start from a point of skepticism and a point from, you know, debating too much, I think sometimes you lose the opportunity to really play a part in the cycle. And I think if you look at everything that's happening around the world, what we've been seeing for the past few weeks is that when you're really ambitious on AI, when you're a bit radical on fostering the ecosystems with open science and open source, you can actually play a part in AI, whether you're in the US, in China, in Canada, in France, whether you're from, you know, a big technology company, a startup, a small organization, a non-profit. And I think it's important we remember that, and that outside of the private sector, we don't get kind of like too distracted by thinking about kind of like the limitations of AI to the point that it takes so much of the focus that we forget that to influence something, you have to learn how to actually build it.
I think that's a, sorry.
Could I quickly
Please come in and then,
you know,
sorry.
Very brief. I think Clem has a very important point. I think we have two risks. One is that policymakers think that it doesn't work. You know, it doesn't work to solve problems, so why bother? Second is that we can't do it. That, you know, only a few can do it, the rest of us can't do it. I think both these are disempowering, and we have to be very subtle in our messaging that part of the public interest problem is, of course, ensuring safety, inclusion, and making sure that, you know, snake oil is not passed off. But part of the public interest responsibility of authorities is to enable more democratic innovation, which means enabling access to compute, data, cross-domain talent. If they don't do it, it's a dereliction of duty. You already have a digital divide. You don't want to end up in a divide, AI divide, where only a few are making these technologies and the rest of the world is just takers.
Thank you. This is what basically moving into the third tension, I think, a little bit, and this was a point very well made by Clem. I think a lot about 2010, 2011, and I think a lot about the impact of social media on society and democracy, and I think about what would we have done differently in 2010 if we, at the time, when that market was also shape-shifting, the business models weren't really in place, if we'd known the impact of social media, both good and bad. And so my question, and I'm going to start with you, Abeba, and then open it up, is I've spent the better part of the past 10 years of my life supporting organizations doing great work and often reactive work when it comes to the impact of social media, for example, on kids, on women, on girls, on harassment online and others. And I would love to know what we could have done differently if we'd had the opportunity to be proactive 15 years ago. So this revolution in technology comes hot on the heels of the last one. So what have we learned? It seems to me, so I'll go to you, Abeba, my hypothesis is I've actually changed my mind quite a bit. Over the past couple of years and throughout the past year, listening to all of these people we've met over the course of building up to this summit, I think having an affirmative vision for the use of technology is critical, and one which is grounded in people's problems, and at the same time is about harm mitigation. But it's both. I think that it's both about mitigating harms and really solving people's problems, and it's not always with AI, but it's a question which is worth asking. So I'm just curious from your vantage point, if you think that makes sense, if you would frame it differently, and then we open it back up.
Yeah, I mean, mitigating harms in building technology, it's a bit of a false dichotomy. And maybe just to push back a little bit on what Clem said before I answer that, I absolutely agree. We need to learn how to build these systems. We need to, just not us researchers, but the public in general, we need to have a grounded, realistic understanding of what AI is and isn't. However, we also have to embrace criticism, not just in AI. I mean, criticism is one of the core foundations of science. You can't only improve your science, you can only improve your technology if you are open to criticism, if you are constantly, taking back, taking back challenges and pushbacks. So criticism and challenges and pushback, currently in the current AI narrative, this is categorized as, negative, Luddite. It's a tiny minority. The entire AI knowledge ecosystem is controlled. The entire framing of what AI is, how beneficial it can be, the kind of potentials that it might hold. Most of the narrative, whether it's in academia, whether it's in journalism, media spaces, whether it's in civil society, the kind of understanding that most of us have comes from the framings, from the point of view, from the benefits of the tech developers and those that are, the vendors of the technology. So in light of the current massive power asymmetry in the control of the knowledge ecosystem, I think casting criticism as something negative is actually dangerous. Look at all the big corporations. They are denying access. Facebook a few years ago used to have a thriving community of researchers and auditors that actually made the platform better, that made it work better for everybody. But now, eventually, bit by bit, all that has gone. Now, auditors have literally no access. Sometimes even these companies come back and retaliate against you. So criticism is something we have to treasure, something we have to see as, an important foundation that is essential and necessary to make AI that works for everybody. And coming back to your point around, these dichotomies and the positive uses of, AI, the topic of the panel itself is, bending the arc of AI towards the public interest. So before we talk about what kind of, AI systems or kind of data sets that we can curate, we can invest in, we have to first talk about what is actually the needs of the public. And this goes back to the point that has been made by panelists around the massive concentration of power and the control of the entire narrative around AI. So most people, most of the public, and most of us have very little agency, very little autonomy around what AI is pushed onto us. Institutions, public institutions, educational institutions, my university included, are under pressure to subscribe these technologies without actually, first vetting, without first assessing whether they are, relevant or whether they are important to the teaching and learning process.
Thank you, Abiba. Clem, you wanted to come in?
Yes, totally agree and totally align with you. I think that the main challenge is how do we find solutions for the civil society, non-profits, policymakers, public organizations to become AI builders and to kind of like distribute some of this AI power is really one of the main challenges of the next few years. And I'm really excited to see more and more open source to enable that. On Hugging Face, we've been really surprised since the release of DeepSeek a few weeks ago. We've seen thousands of variants being created, not only by big tech, but also by nonprofits, local organizations, to be able to fine-tune these open source models for different languages, for different values, for different domains. So really excited to see in the next few years how we can distribute some of this AI power and try to make it much more equitable than it is today.
Thanks very much, Clem. Mandeep, you wanted to jump in?
I want to come to your question, what kind of lessons we draw from our experience with social media platforms, and just open the lens a bit. I think obviously we needed more diversity in that ecosystem in terms of who's setting up the platforms, who's running them, more linguistic, cultural, political, social diversity. And today we feel that need very strongly. We needed more investment in trust and safety and the guardrails around this. I think when I travel around the world, especially in the global south, they also look at other lessons. They look at the takeoff of e-commerce. They look at the use of digital public infrastructure in India to reinforce financial inclusion, the success that China and others have had in building the digital economy. And they're saying, we don't want to miss out on this. So I think if we just focus on social media's lessons, then we miss out on the thinking that's going on in a lot of the world. And that brings us to the opportunities side. I think we are talking here of the public interest and open AI ecosystems, more diversity. It's also an asset in terms of handling the risk. So we need to be thoughtful about the opportunities and invest in the real problems. So what are the real problems that we are speaking of? You have energy poverty. You have youthful populations that are educated. They don't have well-paying quality jobs. And do we end up in a world in which you are reliant on some kind of universal basic income or some kind of dole, or you end up in a world where most people are empowered to use their own creativity, their own entrepreneurial energy to make good lives for themselves? I think that's the fundamental question in terms of the future value coming out of AI and the digital economy.
Thanks very much, Amandeep. I know Vilas wanted to come in, and then I'm going to go back to this question of open and closed. Vilas.
When things are going well, we love to lift up human exceptionalism. Individuals as entrepreneurs that shape our future, we put them on magazine covers and TV shows, and we all pretend like they're the role models we all want to emulate. But when things go badly, we blame the technology. We say tablets are the problem because they're taking too much attention. The platform is the problem because it goes down into your brainstem. I think what we need to do is move to a world where, as much as we celebrate innovation, we also hold accountable those who made the decisions that turned those technologies into problems. And thank you. What I'll say about this is, to translate from the social media to the AI context, we need to stop thinking about the decisions made about AI as something that technology company leaders do, because the products they create transform the social, the political, the economic fabric of our societies. The thing we have to do more than anything else is to take back the control of those decisions, to move them from private sector as innovators of technology to all of us as innovators of our future institutions as humanity. This is the lesson to take from social media more than anything else, that we can continue to innovate, whether it's in small, dynamic like tech companies, broad-based open innovation ecosystems, but neither of those are the answer for what we actually need to think about, which is how do we determine the shape of a society that uses all of this innovation to actually do good for us? Look, I'm maybe the one former tech CEO, now tech-adjacent CEO that uses words like justice and human rights and dignity exactly as I talk about machine learning and RAGs and AI. These are not separate conversations. I think you cannot have a conversation about what AI empowers without rooting it in justice, without solving for dignity, without using the norms of human rights as the framing governance principles that should talk about what kind of technology you build. And until we get to a point where we can have that all of society conversation, we will 100% repeat the same problems we had with the last round of tech.
Janet.
To go a little bit further than Vilas, I think that what we learn from the social media era is that governments need to govern. Governments need to put in place governance that is critical, is a prerequisite for a truly vibrant public interest technology space, whether that technology is social media or is AI. And I think without that, we end up in, you know, a kind of circular conversation about mitigating harms and, you know, and still entertaining benefits of a technology. But what innovation and governance can do is not be in tension with each other. They don't have to be, as I think Amandeep said earlier. Governance done well creates an enabling environment for innovation in the directions that we want it to go, in the directions of public interest. And I think one of the things that's very different right now about than from the social media era is that we have learned how to do that governance, that we have learned what we need to have in place, the core elements of a healthy governance environment for AI or other data-centric technologies like data privacy, like transparency and accountability, like the ability to seek redress when a computer system or an AI harms you. And we've also learned what the methodologies are to actually take that forward. We know how to do audits. We know how to do impact assessments. Abeba runs a lab that teaches us how to do that on the ground and is able to replicate that in many different places. And so I think we're at a very, very different place, but the lesson that I think should take away is that power needs to be shifted, that we need to be able to call on governments to govern, and if they are not willing to, that is a key part of public participation to demand those protections. It is disempowering not to have access to technology. It is also disempowering when a technology violates your fundamental rights. It is disempowering when a worker does not have agency, when they are surveilled every move they make, when they're watched in the bathroom. So these are the kinds of things that we need to think about. What do we mean by disempowerment? And to protect against those, because we know how to do it.
Thank you. Thanks, Janet. I don't want to stop the flow of the conversation. I do want us to have time to go a little bit deeper on the question of openness and closed. And Clem, I'd like to give you the floor. Just, you've spoken about open source AI, you've talked about openness, you've talked about empowering the builders. Just, if you can go like one step further for us to help us understand, at a time when this is, you know, in some ways also geopolitically so fraught, what do you think open source AI can bring? And what do you think it needs to thrive from your vantage point?
Yeah, and it's interesting because I think open source AI, we have many debates during this summit, and I think there will be many debates tomorrow too. But it looks like the only consensus or close to consensus is around this idea of openness as empowerment. And it's especially, I think, interesting and exciting because we've gone a long way from a year or 2 years ago, where there was quite a lot of lobby against openness. I think what most people, most countries, most organizations are realizing today, thanks to some recent and less recent examples, is that by going towards more openness, openness of models with open weights, openness of data sets, openness of AI systems, whenever we can and whenever it's beneficial, right? It doesn't apply to everything. We can actually empower more organizations, big or small. We can empower more countries, wherever they come from, to contribute, to become kind of like AI builders and to play a part in AI. So super excited to see how we keep making progress in the next few years in this direction.
And if I can push you on the second part, what do you think the open source AI ecosystem needs, if anything, at this point? Is there anything that, from your vantage point, is critical, is needed? We've just seen earlier this afternoon the launch of Roost, the open source trust and safety tooling hub. Like, how do you think about that?
I think we should go back to this kind of like quite simple idea that, for example, open research is a public good, right? I think it's something we all agreed on a few years ago, and for some reason, we've kind of like managed to think that actually open research is dangerous. With, frankly, some more sci-fi ideas of what AI is. I think we can all push for more transparency. Like, for example, when we're thinking about policymakers, why not the same way when you have a product, you can see the ingredients in the product that you're buying? Why not push for a system where when you're using an AI system, you could see the data set that have been used or how this system has been built? And then we can kind of like all try to contribute to this collaborative effort around open source AI.
Thank you. Amandine.
I want to build on that. I think pushing in this direction is very important. We use a term at the UN called data commons and AI commons. So digital public goods, global commons. You have GitHub and other repositories where open source is prominent. But I think we need to take it in the direction of data sets, gold standard data sets in cutting edge areas, green transition, climate change, resilient agriculture. So if we can marry the open source ethos with the new requirements of AI to build those kind of data sets, also find ways to link compute. Compute is still a difficult commodity in many parts of the world. So building protocols, looking at incentives around pooling of that critical piece, and also talent development, because compute on its own does nothing for you. You don't have data sets to play with if you don't have the right engineering talent around it. So we need to push the open source AI work in these kind of directions. And I want to just boil down our conversation on public interest here to one sentence, which is that there is no public interest in technology without public investments in technology. And this is a lesson from the past. If you do not have public investments in talent, in universities, in compute or in digital public infrastructure, these important pieces tend to get dominated by a few players from the private sector who then twist the entire policy ecosystem to their ends. So even to know what is happening in this domain, you need public sector investments, public investments in technology. I think that should be the critical piece that we should focus on going forward. And human rights, I just want to say, for us at the UN, they are a touchstone of everything. But we take an integrated view, comprehensive view of human rights. There are civil and political rights, extremely important. Equally important, economic, social, and cultural rights about living in dignity, having access to resources, education, clean water. So those are things that we need to kind of look in a comprehensive human dignity, human-centered way.
Thank you. Abeb, I see you nodding. You want to jump in?
Yeah, I just want to quickly add, I absolutely agree with Clem. Open source is a prerequisite, not only in terms of, developing, the best, the most efficient, the highest performing AI systems, but also from, accountability perspective. And I applaud Hugging Face, the champion of open source in this case. And coming back to Amandip's point about investment, it's, again, open sourcing, not again just from the point of view of, building better AI systems, transparency and open source and access to, AI systems, training data sets and so on is a really fundamental prerequisite to inform the public, to do accountability work, to do audit work. In this case, again, relating back to investment, in order to do practical accountability work, we need investment around AI inventory data sets. Most of the time, we don't know where AI systems are being applied, by who is developing them, who is the vendor. So maybe government-initiated AI inventory data sets, AI incident databases, benchmarking results, and so on. And this goes back to the earlier point I made around shifting power from the most powerful to the least, in order to actually know what's happening, in order to shift the balance. Again, we need knowledge, we need access to data around the practices of AI companies themselves, data around data center operations and infrastructure, breakdown of energy use, breaking it down even further to training versus inference, for example, data around carbon emission and data around government contracts of military AI, data around lobbying spending and so on. These are data that are guarded with secret, where there is absolute secrecy around these data sets, and making these data sets public and accessible is a prerequisite to not only transparency, which is essential to accountability, but also to better models.
Thank you, Abeba. Who would like to? Clem, I see you ready to jump back in.
I'm worried that tomorrow at this summit, we might not get to an international consensus or on anything. So maybe in this room today, we can reach a consensus on open source AI, because it looks like, at least on the panel, we have a consensus on it. Who in the room maybe could raise your hands if you're on the consensus on supporting open source AI?
Okay, I think.
Great, we have
looks
a majority.
Like a majority.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
You should become a diplomat, Clem.
Yeah.
Pilas, you wanted to jump in?
Maybe,
and then
yeah, maybe just a little bit of an abstraction, but I'll bring it back to the conversation.
just as we're wrapping.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. I spent the week lecturing in French universities. I can't leave without at least talking about virtue for 1 second, right? There's virtue in what we do. There's virtue in innovation for its own sake. There's virtue in innovation for profit. And then there's virtue in innovation because you want to help your neighbor. The idea of open source, to me, is a technical question. The idea of open innovation is probably where we need to land, right? With open source, you can talk about whether you want to trade model weights and safety and guidelines. But a core commitment to the idea that what you want to do is create an innovation engine that says we don't need bigger and more expensive and more data-driven. We actually could take what we have today and spend 10 years building solutions that transform billions of lives. And to keep that limited and out of the public access because we want to think about closed systems just makes no sense to me. There's a virtue in opening things up because there's a virtue in building a world where we help each other with AI.
Thank you. Janet, I think you're going to get the last word.
Boy, well, I mean, I think if I can wrap up, if that's helpful. you know, I think it is always tempting to approach the question of public interest technology, of public interest AI, because I think for many people in this room, this is not your first rodeo with public interest technology. We've been through this a number of times before. So public interest AI takes us back to many of the same questions. And I think one of the things that I think about a lot and that I think is critically important is that it is not purely about the technical stack. And I think Martin did a great job of framing that at the beginning, that we don't get AI in the public interest simply by investing in public data sets, in stewardship of public compute. We need to be able to build an enabling environment around that for it to really be in the public interest. And I think there are a number of pieces that need to be in place that make it a human-centric rather than a technology-centric environment. We need, as I already said, governance. We need participation, as Martin talked about at the beginning. And I think we also need publicly funded basic and applied research. And that's a critical piece of this that is under attack right now in the United States, my home country. And so I think it's something that we need to keep in mind, that the research environment is also how we drive innovation, and that the research needs to be in the public, in public universities, rather than driven into the private sector where it is not of use to create a new kind of AI environment.
Thank you, Janet. So 59 minutes and 30 seconds ago, we promised you debate. I hope debate is what you had. Join me in thanking our wonderful panel. Bravo.
Debate is most certainly what we had. Thank you so much, Martin, for this expertly moderated panel where we were able to, I feel like we could have continued this conversation. We were really able to touch into so many touch points on public interest and how we can move the future of AI forward. And I'd like to thank you for closing this stage today with such a thought-provoking conversation. Thank you to all of us that have joined in the conversations that took place in this stage today. We hope that you have left feeling inspired and excited about our contribution as society to the future of AI. But what I would like to tell you is that the conversation does not end here. Firstly, we have, of course, social media. The hashtag is, it was on the screen, hashtag AI Action Summit, to make sure that the conversation continues beyond these four walls. But also, we have the annexes, the auditorium, the workshops, where the conversations and subjects are continuing. And I have been told that a special address will take place in just a few moments. From me, we would like to thank you for allowing me to serve you in this way. And we would also like to welcome all the journalists in the room to stay in this room. Thank you very much to all of you, and good evening.